It appears that we are now streaming to DCP's YouTube channel. We will confirm that our audio and visual is working there. It appears to be. So we will go ahead and get started with our meeting. Good afternoon and welcome. You're tuning in to the remote public scoping meeting for the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, or CHO proposal. For the record, the City Environmental Quality Review number is 24DCP033Y. My name is Stephanie Shalou, and I am the Director of the New York City Department of City Planning's Environmental Assessment and Review Division, or EARD. Evren Olker-Kajar, Deputy Director of EARD, will co-host today's meeting. Thank you everyone for taking time out of your busy day to attend this virtual meeting. I'll emphasize now that we will hear from everyone who is registered to speak at this meeting, and the meeting will remain open until we have heard from all registered speakers. And while we welcome all opportunities to hear your comments, we do ask that courtesy and decorum be observed at all times during your testimony. We also welcome written comments on this proposal through 5 p.m. Monday, November 6th, 2023, and we provide written comments the same time and consideration as comments provided live at this meeting. Next slide, please. We will now proceed to the public scoping meeting. Today's date is October 26th, 2023, and the time is approximately 2:09 p.m. Next slide. For those of you who are logged into Zoom and in need of translation today, there are interpreters who are available in Mandarin, Cantonese, Spanish, and American Sign Language, or ASL, to translate for people participating or testifying in those languages. Please click the interpretation button on the bottom of your Zoom screen and select your preferred language. Please be sure to select the Mute Original Audio button on your screen. Once you have selected these options, the interpreter will be there to translate the meeting into your preferred language. As I hope folks are seeing, the ASL interpretation will occur within the main Zoom window. If you would like to provide testimony in one of these languages today, you will have a 5-minute time limit to speak, and an interpreter will translate your testimony live into English. Now I will allow our interpreters to translate these instructions. We'll first start with our Cantonese interpreter.
我哋今日咧個會面咧，我哋有咧係廣東話啦、國語啦、西班牙話啦同埋手語㗎喺呢個會面。咁咧，如果你咧想咧聽到呢一個對談嘅話咧，你就響咧最下低嗰度咧有一個咧係翻譯嘅圖標啦。咁你就可以選擇咧係廣東話、國語或者西班牙文。你都可以選擇咧係呢個咧係原裝嘅一個語言咧係刪咗佢嘅。唔該晒。Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll ask our Mandarin interpreter to translate as well.
Mandarin interpreter 2, could you translate?
是的，现在呢，我们会议即将开始。如果你有需要中文翻译的，麻烦你按照它上面的按键来点选你想要的，有中文、西班牙文、广东话的翻译。那如果你有需要，请点选你需要的翻译选项，然后我们会进行翻译。谢谢 ，Thank you.
Thank you. Now I'll ask our Spanish interpreter to translate the instructions.
Para aquellos de ustedes que necesitan traducción hoy, hay intérpretes disponibles en mandarín, cantonés, español y lenguaje de señas americano o ASL, para traducir a las personas que participan o testifican en esos idiomas. Haga clic en el botón de interpretación en la parte inferior de la pantalla de Zoom y seleccione su idioma preferido. Además, asegúrese de seleccionar el botón Silenciar el audio original en su pantalla. Una vez que haya seleccionado estas opciones, escuchará un intérprete traduciendo la reunión a su idioma preferido. La interpretación de ASL se realizará dentro de la ventana principal del Zoom. Si desea brindar testimonio en uno de estos idiomas hoy, tendrá un límite de tiempo de 5 minutos para hablar y un intérprete traducirá su testimonio en vivo al inglés. Gracias. Thank you.
You all. We'll give everyone a moment to select the interpretation services that they need. And next slide. Again, my name is Stephanie Shalou, and I'm the Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division of the New York City Department of City Planning. I'll be chairing today's scoping meeting along with Evren Olker-Kajar. The Department of City Planning is acting on behalf of the City Planning Commission as lead agency for the proposal's environmental review. As lead agency, the department will be responsible for overseeing the preparation and completion of the Environmental Impact Statement, or EIS. Next slide. Joining me today are several colleagues of from the Department of City Planning. Sam Levy is the project manager for the City of Yes Housing Opportunity Proposal in the department's Housing Division. As I mentioned, Evren Olker-Kajar is the Deputy Director of the Environmental Assessment and Review Division. Stacy Barron and Jamison Mitchell are the lead and co-lead project manager in the Environmental Assessment and Review Division. Joy Kim and Shane Myers also join us from our counsel's office. We are also joined by many members of the department working in the back of house to ensure that today's meeting runs smoothly. Thanks everyone for your assistance. Next slide. Together, we're here to receive your comments on the draft scope of work for the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal. The draft scope of work identifies the subjects to be analyzed in the upcoming draft environmental impact statement, or DEIS, and describes the methodologies that will be used in those analyses. The draft scope of work materials are posted online on the Department of City Planning's website. Next slide. The purpose of today's public scoping meeting is to allow for public participation in the preparation of the DEIS at the earliest stage possible in the environmental review process. Specifically, scoping allows the public to help shape the DEIS before it is written. Toward that end, the department, as lead agency, will receive testimony on the draft scope of work today from elected officials, government agencies, representatives of community boards, and members of the general public. We also welcome written comments on the draft scope of work, and those comments can be submitted through 5 p.m., Monday, November 6th, 2023. Next slide. At the end of the written comment period, the department, as lead agency, will review all comments, those we hear today, as well as all written comments we receive. After carefully reviewing these comments, the department will decide what changes, if any, need to be made to the draft scope of work, and the department will issue a final scope of work. It is the final scope of work that serves as the basis for preparing the DEIS. Next slide. As I mentioned, today marks the beginning of the environmental review process for the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal. No decisions will be made today regarding the draft scope of work. Again, the purpose of today's meeting is to allow the public to provide their comments on the draft scope of work and allow the department to listen to those comments. And again, we will hear from all registered speakers today. Next slide. I will now focus on the structure of today's meeting, which is divided generally into 3 parts. During the first part of the meeting, the Department of City Planning will give a brief overview describing the land use proposal. Then Allison Reddick, a representative of VHB, the environmental consultant firm for the proposal, will provide a short summary of the draft scope of work. Then, during the second part of the meeting, we'll receive comments on the draft scope of work from elected officials, government agencies, and people representing a community board. Then, during the third and final part of the meeting, the department will receive comments from the general public, and the meeting will end when everyone who signed up to provide testimony has had an opportunity to be heard. Next slide. A few logistics for today's meeting. Again, this protocol is intended to ensure that everyone who wishes to speak has a chance to do so and all voices can be heard. If you wish to speak and plan to access the meeting online using a computer, tablet, or smartphone, please register online through the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity public scoping meeting page of the NYC Engage portal at www.nyc.gov/NYC-engage. A link to join us and provide your testimony will be emailed to you after you've completed the registration process on the NYC Engage portal. We will then add you to our speakers list. Next slide. When it's your turn to speak, your name will be called and you will be granted temporary speaking privileges by the Department of City Planning. You'll be promoted to panelist, which allows you to mute and unmute your microphone and the ability to turn on your camera. Promoting speakers does take a moment, so please be patient. Once your name has been called, we'll help you unmute your microphone and you will be asked to convey your remarks. To allow us to hear from everyone who wishes to speak, we ask that you limit your remarks to 3 minutes. If you're viewing online, a 3-minute countdown clock will run on the screen. And at the 3-minute mark, your time will expire. At that time, you'll be asked to conclude your remarks. And as a reminder, if you choose to turn on your camera, we will be able to see you. Next slide. An additional note of instruction for those of you joining by phone: if you wish to provide testimony via telephone, please select *9 when prompted. Please listen for me to call out the last 3 digits of your phone number, at which point you will be given the temporary ability to share your testimony. You must press *6 to unmute your telephone, and we will be able to hear you speak live at this meeting. When your testimony is complete or your 3 minutes have expired, whichever comes first, you must press *6 again to mute yourself. We would like to encourage dial-in participants to register via phone using the dial-in participant hotline. Again, please note that muting and unmuting speakers does take a moment, and we appreciate your patience. Next slide. Speakers from the general public have 3 minutes to provide testimony. There are a few exceptions to the 3-minute limit. Elected officials, for example, are given the courtesy of jumping to the front of the queue and are not limited to 3 minutes. Once again, interpretation services are available today for those who wish to provide comments in Cantonese, Mandarin, Spanish, and ASL. 5 minutes of speaking time will be allotted to those needing these services. Comments provided in Cantonese, Mandarin, Spanish will be translated into English after the testimony is completed. Comments provided in ASL will be translated concurrently. Any comments on the draft scope of work received in languages other than those I had mentioned will be translated and incorporated into the final scope of work. Next slide. To those of you viewing us on live stream and wishing to testify, please be mindful of potential background noise during your testimony and make sure that the live stream is muted when you participate in Zoom to avoid hearing an echo. If anyone is viewing today's presentation in Zoom but does not wish to provide testimony, we encourage you to live stream the meeting on DCP's YouTube page via the links on NYC Engage and City Planning website to help us manage speakers in Zoom. Next slide. If you wish to provide written testimony, it can be submitted to the Department of City Planning. Our mailing address is shown here on the slide: 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271. Attention to myself, Stephanie Shalou. We also have an email address set up for this proposal: 24DCP033Y_DL@planning.nyc.gov. Again, this information can be found on the NYC Engage portal and the City Planning website. And as a reminder, we'll accept comments through Monday, November 6th, 2023 at 5 p.m. Next slide. If you missed any of the instructions, please visit www.nyc.gov/NYC-engage for instructions on how to participate and provide testimony. We are now going to move into the first part of our meeting, where the Department of City Planning, Sam Levy from our Housing Division, will present an overview of the proposal. The presentation will be followed by the environmental consultant, who will summarize the draft scope of work. Sam, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. As Stephanie said, hi, my name is Sam Levy, and I'm excited to talk to you about our City of Yes for Housing Opportunity, a citywide text amendment that will change zoning to allow for equitable housing development. Leave this slide. As the mayor announced recently, the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity represents a historic effort to tackle our city's persistent and severe housing shortage and affordability crisis. The text amendment will enable the creation of a little more housing in every neighborhood by removing the layers of exclusionary zoning that have created barriers to housing growth and updating our zoning to better meet the needs of New Yorkers today. Next slide, please. Our proposals emerge from the goals outlined in the city's Fair Housing Plan, Where We Live NYC. Created by HPD in collaboration with over 250 community organizations, the plan highlights how the city's housing shortage and affordability crisis have severely limited New Yorkers' housing choices. New York City has seen tremendous job growth over the last 20 years, but housing production has not kept pace with the city's growing population. The little housing growth that has happened, particularly new affordable housing, has been concentrated in relatively few neighborhoods. Our housing shortage has many human costs that are felt every day by New Yorkers. In a tight housing market, landlords can charge high rents, and existing tenants are vulnerable to tenant harassment, poor housing quality, and displacement pressure as they are outbid for units. Not having enough homes is also a direct cause of homelessness. This further worsens the neighborhood-based legacies of segregation, discrimination, and concentrated poverty that have led to the deeply unequal city we have today, where neighborhoods have unequal access to resources and opportunities. Next slide, please. Changing our zoning can respond to these issues by increasing the number and types of homes available for a range of incomes in every neighborhood across the city. If each neighborhood, from the highest density to the lowest density areas, adds a little more housing, New York City can add a lot more housing overall without any single neighborhood experiencing the dramatic changes or overtaxed infrastructure that residents fear. A little more housing in every neighborhood will have other big picture benefits for New York, including bolstering the local economy and supporting our environmental goals. This complements the other two City of Yes text amendments, City of Yes for Economic Opportunity and City of Yes for Carbon Neutrality. Next slide, please. This is the biggest pro-housing change DCP has ever undertaken, and we'll be touching the zoning for every single part of the city. In this presentation, I'm going to focus on our biggest initiatives. In low-density areas, shown in blue, we aim to enable missing middle housing, or low-rise apartment buildings. We'll do this through town center zoning in commercial corridors and transit-oriented development in highly accessible areas. We also aim to help homeowners in low-density areas by creating an ADU program and providing small buildings with additional flexibility to adapt over time. In medium and high-density areas in orange, our key proposal is the Universal Affordability Preference, which will allow bigger buildings for affordable and supportive housing in every medium and high-density zoning district. Finally, we want to eliminate parking mandates citywide, removing the conflict between housing and parking. There's also a range of smaller proposals, including enabling conversions of non-residential buildings, allowing small and shared apartments, and facilitating the addition of new housing units to existing campus sites. Next slide, please. Before getting into the low-density proposals, I want to provide a little background about these areas. This is the first time in decades that city planning is making significant zoning changes aimed at introducing new housing opportunities in these neighborhoods. And we've undertaken 2 years of detailed research to inform our proposals for the city's one-family, two-family, and low-density multifamily districts. What we found is that exclusionary zoning rules have effectively allowed many low-density neighborhoods to opt out of addressing our city's housing needs, which has put additional pressure on the high-density parts of the city to produce more and more housing. But this wasn't always the case. Many of these restrictive rules were layered on in the 90s and early 2000s. And this means that low-density areas actually have many buildings that would be illegal to build today. Small apartment buildings like the ones you see here define our low-density areas, but all our zoning allows you to build is a single-family home. There are 18 different low-density zoning districts, and 12 of them claim that they allow you to build a two-family home or a low-density multifamily building. As you can see from the darker blue sections of the map, these areas are the majority of our low-density districts. But these districts have become two-family or multifamily in name only. If you were to actually try to build a building that had more than one unit in most of these districts, you wouldn't be able to do it. The parking requirements are so high you couldn't physically fit both the building and the parking, for example, or the yard requirements are so extreme that the building's footprint wouldn't accommodate multiple units. This purposefully confusing zoning is plainly exclusionary, and we recognize that and aim to peel back that exclusionary zoning through our proposals. We also want to reintroduce housing types to these areas that can accommodate affordable housing, both modest buildings that are more naturally affordable than other types of construction, and apartment buildings at a scale in which they can take advantage of existing affordability programs. Next slide, please. One of our most exciting proposals is to re-legalize missing middle housing in low-density areas. This housing is called missing middle because of both its physical scale and because it tends to serve middle-income residents since it's relatively affordable to build. We want to allow these low-rise apartment buildings on a variety of sites that we think make sense based on the existing architecture in low-density neighborhoods. First, we want to foster town centers in the low-density areas by allowing buildings with ground floor commercial uses with 3 to 4 floors of housing on top. About 5 square miles of the city is zoned to allow low-density mixed-use buildings, but if someone in these areas wanted to build a mixed building, there's almost no way they could do it. Height and floor area limits are lower than what is realistically necessary for this type of building, and parking requirements are extremely high. We propose adjustments to the zoning to make this type of building feasible where the zoning map already allows it. This will enable a kind of development that matches what's already in many of New York City's low-density neighborhoods better than the single-story commercial storefronts common on these blocks today. Next slide, please. Next, we want to promote transit-oriented development in the low-density districts. DCP is proposing a new geography that extends past our existing transit zone and identifies areas that have good access to transit. You can see the low-density districts that fall into this area on the map in purple. Large sites that are in this area and are also located on a wide street or on the short end of the block would be able to build a low-rise apartment building, 3 to 5 stories, depending on the height limits of the underlying district. This kind of transit-oriented development mirrors the existing context. It's very common in low-density neighborhoods to see a small apartment building on a corner with single or two-family homes mid-block, like in this image. Transit-oriented development also advances so many of our core planning goals by encouraging a little bit of housing in every neighborhood and sustainable development near transit. Next slide, please. In the rest of the low-density areas, we want to give homeowners flexibility. Under this proposal, a 1 or 2 family home would be allowed to add a small accessory dwelling unit, or ADU. There are a range of types of ADUs, including backyard cottages, garage conversions, and basement apartments. These small units will provide important housing options for small households, like a young person moving into their own place for the first time, or an elderly resident who wants to age in place. Because of their small size, they also serve different income levels than a large single-family home does. Other states' successful implementation of ADU programs shows us that these units can also give multi-generational families a little more space and help middle-class homeowners with household expenses. Many of the barriers to legalizing existing units, such as basement apartments, are in state and local laws other than zoning, but we are doing what we can to enable the safe legalization of those units. Next slide, please. The same rule changes that enable ADUs can also help homeowners who don't want to add an ADU, but just want a little more flexibility to adapt their homes to meet their needs. Our research shows us that many existing buildings are out of compliance, meaning they're not in line with today's rules. For example, R41 districts are 2-family districts, allowing semi-detached buildings like the ones you see here. But Buildings like these pre-1961 duplexes could not be constructed today because they have more square footage than what we currently allow, as well as a smaller rear yard. These noncompliances can cause big headaches for homeowners if they need to borrow money from the bank or if they want to make simple changes to their home, like renovating an outdated kitchen. We want to fix these rules, which have dual benefits. First, homeowners of existing buildings won't run into issues when they go to make an alteration to their building, because the zoning will better match what's actually on the ground. Second, you'll actually be able to build a two-family home in a two-family district or a multifamily home in a multifamily district, when today the only thing that would be feasible is often just a single-family home. Next slide, please. Next, we're going to turn our attention to the medium and high-density areas of New York City, where our focus is on creating more opportunities for housing, including affordable housing. The Universal Affordability Preference, or UAP, is one of our big moves in medium and high density areas. Under our current zoning, each zoning district gets the same FAR, or the amount of square feet you're allowed to build, regardless of whether you're building market rate or affordable housing. But there is an exception. If you're building affordable senior housing, you get more FAR, meaning you're allowed to build a bigger building. We want to take that existing preference for senior housing and just extend it to all types of affordable and supportive housing. This means that the FAR for market rate housing won't change, but you'll be allowed to build about 20% more so long as that extra room is occupied by affordable housing. There are a few districts that don't have that senior housing preference today, shown in the dark orange on the map. So we'd be creating new FARs for those districts to enable housing in every neighborhood. We also want to make sure you're actually allowed to build a building that fits the square footage that we're giving you. So we'll provide height increases in places where you need an extra story or so to actually fit the affordable housing. Next slide, please. Here I'll walk through one example of how the Universal Affordability Preference works. Let's say this church, located in an R6 district, wants to build affordable housing. Today, they'd get 3 FAR, regardless of whether they're developing market or affordable housing. This would allow them to build about 35 units. Under our proposal, they'd get 3.9 FAR, but note that the extra 0.9 FAR could only be used for affordable housing. If it is, they can build about 10 to 12 more affordable units. And 10 to 12 more affordable units may not sound like a lot, but this is functioning at a citywide scale. If every project has a few more affordable units, we can add a significant amount of affordable housing, and no single neighborhood will experience drastic changes. Next slide, please. Here's a graphical representation of how UAP will play out. Without UAP, the building is built according to the base FAR for market rate housing. The result is this 8-story apartment building. With UAP, the building can be about 20% bigger, which for this example translates to an additional 2 stories, so long as the difference is permanently affordable housing. In our preliminary calculations, we determined that had UAP been in place since 2014, an additional 20,000 income-restricted affordable homes might have been created, housing 50,000 additional New Yorkers. Next slide, please.
Sam, if I can just interrupt you for just a moment, it looks like our ASL interpretation, there we go. All right, we're seeing you again, Mary.
Yeah, the host, someone stopped my video. I apologize for that, but I couldn't chat or text anyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Good to resume, Sam. Thank you.
Great, thanks a lot. All right, so finally, I'm going to present our parking proposals. Our parking mandate change is one of our big moves. We'll be making parking optional for new housing everywhere. Our research shows us that current parking mandates are not well aligned with actual car ownership rates. These mandates force a costly parking supply where it may not be necessary, and at the expense of housing production, since developers may underbuild to avoid triggering high and costly parking requirements. The diagram on the slide represents how parking takes up a lot of space. 2 parking spaces is equivalent to the size of a studio apartment. Building parking itself is also expensive and is an obstacle to housing growth, especially affordable housing. On average, parking costs $67,500 per underground spot. We want to prioritize housing over parking. Parking will still be allowed, and we anticipate that developers will respond to market needs and continue to provide parking in areas where there is demand. Through removing parking mandates, we can help lower rents, reduce the cost of housing construction, and enable the development of more homes in each new building. Next slide, please. I'll walk through an example of how eliminating parking mandates can support housing growth. A developer sees this underutilized lot that's in a great location near transit and wants to convert the lot into an apartment building. The lot could accommodate 16 units, but the developer stops at just 10, so they can waive out of the parking requirements, because as soon as they add the 11th unit, they would need to provide 6 parking spaces. By eliminating parking mandates, the developer can fully build out this lot to include those additional 6 units. Now, again, 6 apartments may not seem significant, but when hundreds of sites across the city are able to build more housing, that incremental change results in a lot more housing available to New Yorkers. Next slide, please. While not as major as the ones I just went through, there are a few other proposals that will enable some important projects and provide a range of housing types. We want to enable conversion of underused buildings by extending existing adaptive reuse regulations to more parts of the city and buildings that were built more recently. First, we want to expand these regulations citywide to go beyond beyond office districts to reach a broader range of buildings like vacant schools or former convents. Second, we want to move the cutoff date from 1961 or 77 to 1990 in order to reach a more recent set of vacant and underutilized buildings. Third, we want to enable conversions to all types of housing, including supportive housing, shared housing, and dorms. We also want to allow small and shared apartments through eliminating DUF, dwelling unit factor, which means the minimum average unit size in a building, in our transit zone, which we're renaming the inner transit-oriented development area. Areas with good access to transit, which we think could help to serve marginally housed New Yorkers or others who want to live alone in a studio apartment. Today, we force too many people who want to live alone to find roommates and occupy family-sized units in many parts of the city. Enabling more small and shared apartments can relieve some of that pressure. Finally, previous development often took place under Tower in the Park style regulations, otherwise known as height factor. Although we've developed a more recent set of regulations known as quality housing that have height limits and result in better designed, more contextual buildings, some sites like NYCHA campuses and irregularly shaped lots can't access those new rules. We want to extend allowances that enable height-limited infill on sites that would otherwise be forced to develop tall, skinny buildings or nothing at all. Next slide, please. Altogether, this suite of zoning changes will result in equitable and sustainable housing development. More housing will be added across the entire city so that every neighborhood does its part to address our housing needs, and a few neighborhoods don't feel the intense pressure they do today. It's not just about more housing, though. It's also about more types of housing. Multifamily housing where it's currently not allowed because of exclusionary zoning, units of different size to meet different people's needs, and crucially, far more affordable and supportive housing. Next slide, please. For next steps, the text amendments draft scope of work was released this past Tuesday and is available on our website for review. We will be hosting a public scoping meeting today, The text amendment will enter a public review next spring. There will be ample opportunity to share feedback before the text amendment's referral date. For the past year, we've been doing a lot of robust engagement, briefing a diverse range of stakeholders from community groups to elected officials, and we will continue our engagement work to solicit comments and feedback before we start to draft zoning text. Next slide, please. Today marks the official start to the draft scope of work comment period, which Stephanie already said will remain open until November 6th at 5 p.m. Any comments that we receive by that time, including during this session today, along with our responses to those comments, will be incorporated into the final scope of work. We expect the public review of the land use application, where the public will have an opportunity to engage with and comment on the proposal itself, will start in the spring of 2024 and will include hearings with community boards, borough presidents, the City Planning Commission, and the City Council. On top of this formal process, we have and will continue to meet with advocates, community organizations, and elected officials to gather their feedback and input. This process will culminate in a City Council vote in the fall of 2024, about a year from today. And now I'll hand it over to Allison Ruddick from VHB, who will describe the environmental review. Thank you.
Thanks, Sam. I'm Allison Ruddick with VHB, the lead consultant working on behalf of City Planning to prepare the environmental review documentation. I'll present the draft scope of work and the framework for the environmental review. Okay, I'll start with an overview of CEQR, that's City's Environmental Quality Review, which is a disclosure process by which decision makers evaluate the potential environmental consequences of an action before approving or disapproving that action. The evaluation of those potential environmental consequences is based on a comparison between the future no action condition and a future with action condition. The draft scope of work outlines the technical areas and methodologies for the analyses that will inform the environmental impact statement. As both Sam and Stephanie mentioned, comments received today and through the remainder of the comment period will be incorporated into a final scope of work. That final scope of work will guide development of the draft environmental impact statement, and that draft EIS will then be published for public review and comment. Next slide, please. So as detailed in the draft scope of work, all areas identified in the 2021 CEQR Technical Manual will be analyzed in the environmental impact statement for the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity. All those technical analysis areas are listed here on the slide. Next slide, please. The environmental impact statement will also consider mitigation, should any potential for significant adverse impacts be identified, alternatives to the proposed action, and then summary chapters that will examine whether there is the potential for unavoidable adverse impacts, and then the proposed action's growth-inducing aspects, and whether there would be irreversible or irretrievable commitment of resources associated with the proposed action. Next slide, please. The draft scope of work delineates the analytical framework for the environmental impact statement in section 1.6. As detailed in that section, the build year or analysis year for the EIS will be 2039, which is a 15-year build-out period. The proposed text amendment is a generic action, as it's a program or plan that has wide applicability. For generic actions, the CEQR Technical Manual suggests that typical cases be identified or that a range of conditions be assessed to get at the potential for significant adverse impacts. Based on this, the draft scope of work proposes that the environmental impact statement take a three-pronged approach to assessing the potential for impacts from the proposed text amendment. And this three-pronged approach consists of a prototypical analysis, a conceptual analysis, and a representative neighborhood assessment. I'll talk about each of these in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. For the prototypical assessment, there are more details provided starting on page 68 of the draft scope of work. Table 17 provides a summary of the prototypical development sites that are proposed for analysis in the environmental impact statement. And Appendix A to the draft scope of work provides more detailed information on each of those prototypical sites. So, to produce a reasonable analysis of likely effects of the text amendment, representative development prototypes were identified that reflect combinations of residential zoning categories, development densities, and building typologies throughout New York City. For each of these prototypes, reasonable worst-case development scenarios were identified, and that was identified to look at what the future condition of each prototypical site might be under the no action condition, so without this proposed text amendment, and then in the with action condition, that's with the proposed text amendment. The incremental difference between the no action and the with action condition serves as the basis for the analysis by which the potential effects of the proposed action will then be evaluated. The identified reasonable worst case development scenario for each of these prototypes will be used to identify applicable technical areas for analysis. And again, that's for the CEQR impact categories that I discussed above. Next slide, please. Also in section 1.6 of the draft scope of work, there is information about the conceptual analysis starting on page 75. Because the proposed action would create new CPC authorizations, and those are listed starting on page 75 of the draft scope of work, and also on this slide here, a conceptual analysis will be provided to generically assess the potential environmental impacts that could result if one of those new authorizations were pursued in the future. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the representative neighborhood assessment, because the scale of this action is truly citywide, it's not possible to predict specific details about the kind of development that might reasonably be expected on each potentially affected site across the city. Therefore, the draft scope of work sets forth the methodology for conducting a representative neighborhood assessment, and this is found on page 71 of the draft scope of work. This aspect of the assessment will provide an estimate of the range of conditions that could occur across different neighborhoods within New York City. The environmental impact statement will provide a high-level estimate of the magnitude of the housing development that may result from the proposed action, given different neighborhood characteristics, as compared with the business as usual development. Again, that no action condition. The representative neighborhood assessment will be supported by a housing market study that will identify existing housing market strength by neighborhood, looking at neighborhood tabulation areas in a composite index. Then, to understand the range of conditions of the proposed action, a set of neighborhoods represented by these neighborhood tabulation areas will be selected as representative neighborhood markets to be studied in the EIS. These representative neighborhoods will represent a range of housing market types and a range of geographic locations. For the representative neighborhoods, the EIS will project future no action and with action housing supply using a methodology similar to that used by the New York Metropolitan Transportation Council. This will produce an estimate of housing units in each future condition aggregated to the neighborhood tabulation area level, and it will not provide estimates of site-specific development. This assessment will be applicable to certain technical analysis areas. Next slide, please. So in summary, the draft scope of work is proposing a three-pronged approach to assessing the potential for impacts from the proposed action: the prototypical analysis, the conceptual analysis, and a representative neighborhood assessment, all considering a build year or analysis year of 2039. Next slide, please. So to repeat what both Stephanie and Sam have said, this meeting is to accept comments on the draft scope of work. Comments will be accepted by the lead agency through 5 p.m. on Monday, November 6th. Comments can be submitted today in spoken testimony, by email, and by mail to the Department of City Planning. And those email addresses and mailing addresses are available on the Engage in New York City's City Planning's website. So with that, I'll turn it back to Stephanie. Thank you.
Thank you, Allison and Sam, for those presentations. Just to correct one thing, the environmental assessment statement and draft scope of work were published 30 days in advance of this meeting back in September, on September 26, 2023. We will now move on to part 2 of this meeting, where we will be receiving testimony from elected officials, community board leaders, and government agencies. When it is your turn to speak, as I mentioned, your name will be called and you will be promoted to panelist, which will allow you to unmute your microphone and turn on your camera. There is a period where it appears that you are no longer in the meeting. Don't be alarmed, you will automatically rejoin the meeting as a panelist. If anyone experiences technical issues that prevent you from sharing your testimony, we'll pause and move on to our next speaker to allow for troubleshooting to happen in the background, and we'll call your name at a later time. If you have technical issues, please revisit the how-to guides on the NYC Engage website for assistance. For assistance, you can also dial any of the toll-free numbers shown at the top of the screen. The first one, for example, 877-853-5247. And when prompted for a meeting ID, dial the number at the bottom of the screen, 618-237-7396. And when prompted for a password, dial 1. All right, we will now move to our members of elected officials, community board representatives, and government agencies who are not time limited. We will start with our first speaker, Borough President, Manhattan Borough President Mark Levine.
Hello, Stephanie. Thank you. And hello to everybody. Really grateful for this opportunity to speak. I first want to thank DCP and the administration for bringing this proposal forward that I think is extremely important at this moment of a housing affordability crisis, the prospect of changes which would lead to as much as 100,000 new housing units in New York City. It's an extraordinary opportunity. I do have some questions about specifics in the proposal, and that's what I want to talk about today. But again, grateful that you all are pushing this broad-ranging policy that includes facilitating office conversions, allowing density bonuses for affordable and supportive housing, and streamlining some of the very complicated hurdles to creating housing in this borough and this city. So I want to comment on a few of the elements. The Universal Affordable Preference UAP program, which holds the potential to significantly impact Manhattan by offering floor area ratio bonuses to developments which incorporate affordable and supportive units. While there are significant benefits to extending this opportunity to additional sites throughout the borough and streamlining this framework with the existing R10 and inclusionary housing designated area programs, it's crucial to consider the integration of this bonus with other established zoning provisions. Notably, Manhattan's zoning resolution, especially in the context of special zoning districts, features floor area bonuses designed to serve various objectives, including enhancing accessibility to our transit system and creating open spaces. Given this complexity, it's possible that there could be sites where both the UAP and a different zoning bonus could apply. In such cases, I encourage DCP to give housing the highest priority when making determinations about how to apply these potentially overlapping bonus provisions. The proposal on conversions, which permits the conversion of commercial buildings constructed up to 1990, represents an extremely important opportunity to tap one of Manhattan's most abundant housing creation opportunities. However, conversions also present a significant set of challenges due to the fact that commercial office floor plans often aren't well suited to meet the building and housing maintenance code requirements for residential use. The most elegant solution to this problem is often to carve out an interior courtyard in existing buildings. But this work adds costs and time, not only delaying new units from coming online, but also making some of these projects simply financially infeasible. The city is planning to ease this burden in these kinds of conversions by establishing the Office of Conversion Accelerator, which will help expedite these projects. And I believe that the accelerator should also explore through a pilot program, allowing greater regulatory flexibility to facilitate these conversions. In conjunction with DOP and HPD, the accelerator could provide modified design guidelines for buildings that offer alternative bedroom layouts. Our housing market should give renters a range of options. And while less conventional bedroom arrangements may not suit everyone, this pilot program could help gauge the demand for these innovative living arrangements. To provide a greater range of options in the rental market, this application would also include a proposal to eliminate the maximum dwelling unit factor in R6 through R10 districts, encompassing virtually all of Manhattan. While I agree that this change would allow developers excuse me, I'm told my camera is not on, and we're going to try and fix that right now because I know you want to see me. Well, it looks like on my end it is, so I apologize if you can't see me. I'm going to continue. Forgive me. While I agree that this change would allow developers to be more flexible in meeting market demands, I urge the department to think about ways to address the conversion issue. The existence of units significantly larger, I urge the department to consider the converse issue in which you have units which are significantly larger than the typical apartment. We've seen individual owners create supersized units by combining apartments or converting multifamily buildings into single family ones. And we've also seen this in new developments. A residential tower that's currently under construction in Midtown will have 56 floors and only 26 apartments. I encourage the department to study this issue and look at possible solutions. Finally, I applaud the department for taking bold action on parking requirements as part of this text amendment. The success of this in the Manhattan core, where parking requirements were lifted back in 1982, serves as a compelling example of the positive impact such a policy can have. I'm eager to see this expand into Upper Manhattan, but I also believe that this change should be accompanied by thorough preparation and planning. I suggest that DCP work with DOT, DOF, and NYPD, among other agencies, to develop a plan to manage possible increase in demand for curbside parking with the addition of new residential developments. In conclusion, I look forward to learning from DCP their estimate on how many new units of housing these proposals collectively will enable in the borough of Manhattan, but there is no doubt that number will be many thousands at a time when we have a desperate need for affordable housing creation in Manhattan and citywide. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your testimony and for being here today. Your camera was on. We were able to see you in Zoom. Not all folks are visible in the YouTube,
thank you for that clarification.
Yes. All right. Thank you so much for your testimony. We will move to our next speaker in this category, which is Christopher Marte, council member. Councilmember Marte, it looks like you are in the Zoom room twice. So if you are able to use the raise hand feature in Zoom to indicate which account as Christopher Marte is the correct one.
Raise hand is on.
Can you hear me? Can you see
Hello.
me?
Yes, welcome.
Awesome. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to testify today. I'm Councilmember Christopher Marte, and I represent the 1st Council District in Lower Manhattan. I'd like to discuss how this will impact my district, one of the densest in the city, and I hope that the feedback we hear impacts the final scoping of the EIS for this text amendment. We are in an affordable housing crisis, and we must do everything we can to preserve and develop quality and deeply affordable housing for the millions of New Yorkers who are housing insecure today because of the rampant real estate speculation. The proposal of this text amendment must require more affordability in new projects and protect what rent stabilized housing we have left. I am fully against the market rate development on NYCHA, which is public land, or Mitchell-Lama properties. These sites especially should be used to create 100% affordable housing at income levels reflected of their surrounding community. This text amendment should not undermine the opportunity these affordable housing complexes have provided generations of New Yorkers. Instead, it should enhance and increase their existing proposal and provide working class families a chance to have an apartment they can afford. Socioeconomic conditions and the potential for residential displacement must be assessed in this EIS. The published EAS states that 500 or more residents will not be displaced by this proposal, a citywide text amendment that drastically alters our development landscape. New and larger residential developments are proven to cause accelerated gentrification, and I welcome anyone to visit my district to see examples firsthand across the Lower East Side and Chinatown. Expansion of SROs, single room occupancy units, and especially the elimination of the dwelling unit factors throughout the city can have a disastrous effects on existing 2 and 3 bedroom residency and average unit size in new construction. We need new affordable housing for families, not more reasons for developers to squeeze profit out of SROs and studio apartments with no minimum size requirements. My district already has many examples of how dangerous overcrowding in small units can be, and we have to learn from the past to create better policies in the future, not repeat the mistakes of the past. Residential conversion in predominantly commercial areas will raise concerns regarding quality of life and in these areas. We have seen these consequences in the financial district, where an office-centric neighborhood converted into a residential community now faces abundance of quality of life issues that are difficult to address. There's almost no open space for a neighborhood that's almost entirely families, and there's our constant air and noise pollution. The EIS must account for these impacts on commercial district slated for residential conversion. I hope that this feedback from the public in this session is really listened to and used to strengthen the intentions of this amendment, and that the environmental review for this proposal does its job to ensure the safety and well-being of all New Yorkers. Thank you again for DCP for allowing me to testify, and thank you for everyone that's on to do the same.
Thank you very much for your testimony and for being here today. All right, our next speaker is Teresa Scavo of Brooklyn Community Board 15. Teresa Scavo, we will promote you to panelist and you will be able to share your testimony.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay, got my camera on. Okay, great ideas, great presentation. Has anyone at city planning stopped and said many residents of New York City moved to the outer boroughs to live in a low density area rather than living in a concrete jungle in Manhattan? Southern Brooklyn, that I represent, Community Board 15, wants to live with low-rise buildings, not 6-story buildings. I have areas such as Gerritsen Beach, Manhattan Beach, Sheepshead Bay, that are flood zones. You are talking about basement apartments, building in rear yards. We have no more grass areas left to absorb the water. Continuing construction to be allowed in the district is only going to cause more flooding. As far as parking mandates, Southern Brooklyn is car-centric. There is no place to park. And to remove all parking mandates would definitely jeopardize the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments and for being here today. All right, our next speaker is Leila Logisico of Manhattan Community Board 5, and apologies for any mispronunciations.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Fantastic. Thank you very much. My name is Leila Logisico. I'm the chair of the Land Use, Housing and Zoning Committee of Manhattan Community Board 5. Community Board 5 is committed to sound housing policies with demonstrated results in creating and protecting affordable housing. Past housing policies have resulted in very little affordable housing creation in our district, and past zoning changes have exacerbated the loss of existing affordable housing in our district. Manhattan CB5 wants to make sure that the following aspects will be included in the scope of environmental review in the EIS for the City of Yes for affordable housing opportunity. We are concerned that the proposed zoning changes will exacerbate the development of very large apartments, such as those found on Billionaires Row, and we urge DCP to provide provisions such as maximum unit size. We also respectfully request that DCP determine how many units of housing are anticipated to be created in our district. We respectfully ask DCP to evaluate how the revised dwelling unit factor impact access to housing for families with more than one child and large families. Please also evaluate the cumulative impact of residential development and conversion on our environment, including but not limited to schools, open space, transportation, healthcare facilities. Cumulative impact is absolutely critical and must be captured. We ask that evaluation on school capacity be made based on the new state-mandated schools class size. The CEQR formula currently does not reflect the change in state law, and your evaluation must be done to accurately reflect the new reduced class size to be accurate. The citywide rezoning may eliminate the opportunity for MIH to apply, and this negative impact must be evaluated and considered within scope. We want to make sure that a particular bonus is not taken over by another one. The absence of maximum parking requirement is not acceptable, and retaining parking requirement must be deemed within scope and must be evaluated. With relaxed infill development, open space may become eligible for construction. Impact on tree removal and reduction in open space must be thoroughly evaluated and must be mitigated and deemed in scope. Environmental impact on potential demolition must be determined. Evaluation of the life cycle of buildings must be evaluated and must be deemed in scope. Assessment of embodied carbon in demolished buildings, as well as carbon expenditure for new construction, including materials, must be taken into account beyond the operational carbon impact of new buildings and must be deemed in scope. Impact on the electrical grid must be thoroughly evaluated and must be deemed within scope. As the proposal will increase residential population, it is critical to evaluate the need for public bathrooms, especially in open space, and access to public bathrooms must be deemed in scope. Finally, Manhattan Community Board 5 wants to note that, for the record, that a notice of the scoping meeting was not received by our board. We respectfully request that proper notice of further meetings and hearings be sent to all community boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. We will follow up on the noticing issue. Our next speaker is Paris Strotter.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Paris Strotter, and I am the director of the City Council's Planning and Land Use Division. And I really appreciate the opportunity to talk today. In 2023, there's one issue on which New Yorkers can all agree. Housing affordability is at crisis levels. From 2008 to 2021, New York City lost over 500,000 low-cost, otherwise under $1,500 a month, apartments. Working and middle-class renters face declining options, with median market rate in many neighborhoods across the city exceeding $3,000 per month. And tens of thousands of applicants, are competing for every affordable housing lottery through HPD. If our housing shortage continues to go unaddressed, then New Yorkers, low income, working, and middle class, will continue to be pushed out and homelessness will grow. Speaker Adams supports a comprehensive citywide approach to addressing the housing crisis, as reflected in her housing agenda released last year. This approach includes the Fair Housing Framework legislation, Introduction 1031, currently before Council, to create a fair housing plan with housing and investment targets for each community district based on factors including access to jobs, services, and transit, infrastructure capacity, and vulnerability to climate change. The Speaker's housing agenda also shares the core goals of the proposed zoning for housing affordability text amendment, including facilitating more housing in every neighborhood, and especially increasing affordable housing throughout the city. The proposed text amendment, includes many proposals, and council review of these proposals and their details has only just begun. Likewise, public input on these proposals has just begun. The council looks forward to robust engagement with communities and stakeholders in the review of these proposals in order to address the city's housing crisis. Today, I will focus on just one critical policy change that is not included in the proposal that the administration has put forward, but is essential to mitigating the housing affordability crisis. The council will, though, be submitting further comments in writing. New York City's median household income is approximately $71,000. However, this figure masks severe disparities by race and ethnicity that have only grown more severe in recent years. Over the past 10 years, median white household income in New York City has grown by nearly 20% to over $100,000 per year, while Black and Latino median incomes have stagnated below $55,000 per year. The effects of this income inequality are greatly exacerbated by the housing affordability crisis. More than 80% of New York City renter households making $50,000 or less are now living with rent burden. Unfortunately, the housing affordability crisis has worsened as incomes targeted by our affordable housing programs have also increased. In other words, programs, for instance, offered by HPD. This has resulted in our affordable housing no longer serving those in the greatest need. In 2017, household incomes, just as a form of example, in 2017, household incomes at 60% of area median income, also known as AMI, ranged from roughly $40,000 for an individual to $62,000 for a 5-person household. In 2023, household incomes at 60% of AMI now range from roughly $60,000 for an individual to $91,500 for a 5-person household. AMI income targets are rising faster than actual New York City incomes. In many neighborhoods, certain affordable rents are priced at market rate rents. We need to right-size our affordable housing programs, and including not just HPD programs, but the mandatory inclusionary housing law, to ensure that affordable housing is serving a range of New Yorkers and not excluding those that need affordable housing the most. We should adjust MIH, the mandatory inclusionary housing law, through this zoning for housing opportunity text amendment. The Speaker has proposed in her housing agenda that an additional mandatory option be added to the MIH law that would serve households at 40% AMI. That is roughly $40,000 a year for individuals and $60,000 a year for a family of 5. It is critically important that we produce much needed housing across the city and that an adequate portion is dedicated to serve the most rent-burdened New Yorkers, including retail workers, home health aides, and many workers in government and the nonprofit sector who serve our communities every day. And this is why this zoning for housing opportunity text amendment should include this revision to MIH. Thank you.
Thank you, Paris. Thanks for being here and for sharing that testimony. We look forward to the written testimony as well. All right. We do not have any other members registered to speak who are elected officials, those speaking on behalf of the community board or on behalf of a government agency. So we will now move to part 3 of this public scoping meeting, where members of the general public are invited to speak for up to 3 minutes. So if we can go to the next slide. Excellent. Thank you. Instructions remain the same. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called and you will be promoted to panelist. This will allow you to unmute your microphone and the ability to turn on your camera if you wish. There is a short period where it appears you're no longer in the Zoom meeting. Don't be alarmed. You will automatically rejoin the meeting as a panelist. Please remember, after your 3 minutes have passed, you will be asked to conclude your remarks. And again, if anyone experiences technical issues that do not allow you to speak, we'll pause, move to our next speaker, and allow us to troubleshoot. If you have any technical issues, please revisit those how-to guides on the NYC Engage website. All right, we will now move to our public speakers. The first speaker is Paul Graziano, to be followed by Lynn Ellsworth, to be followed by Ananya Kashyap. Paul Graziano, you are our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear and see me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi. My name is Paul Graziano. I'm an urban planner, zoning and land use expert, and I'm going to be submitting a significant comment to the scope of work, but I did want to make some comments. I'm here representing a group known as the Queens Civic Congress. They represent dozens of homeowners and civic organizations in Queens, representing over 250,000 people in the borough, as well as other organizations that are in alliance with us on this throughout the city. And the first thing I'll say is, as I said, most of what I'm going to actually write will be very detailed, but a great concern, and I feel that you did not really address it, it's like putting an algorithm to something, is looking at specific neighborhoods, because every neighborhood in the city is very different. I started looking at a number of specific neighborhoods that would be affected by a combination of ADUs, transit-oriented development, and town centers. And in every case, we are seeing a 500% increase in development in those communities. So the fact that there hasn't been this detailed work done, and the fact that low density communities in this document are essentially being given, this is a deregulation and a dismantling of the zoning resolution. This is unacceptable. And frankly, this entire document should be thrown in the waste bin of history. That being said, we will make sure that whatever is being promoted at the low density levels, as well as many of the high density offerings, which are also pretty awful for those communities, we're going to make sure that we comment, and we're going to make sure that they either are stripped out or are otherwise altered so that they do not do harm to our communities. And this is what I am just going to say today. As I said, I will be submitting a very detailed statement on each and every issue that is in relation to the scope of work before November 6th. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We look forward to receiving that written testimony. Our next speaker is Lynn Ellsworth, to be followed by Ananya Kashyap, to be followed by Hannah West. Lynn Ellsworth, you're our next speaker.
Voice, video, we're good to go?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, my name is Lynn Ellsworth. I'm chair of a citywide volunteer organization called the Alliance for a Human Scale City. I'm also an economist with a PhD from the University of Wisconsin at Madison, where I specialized in economic development. My book about New York City, called Wonder City, is coming out from Fordham University Press next year. I'm gratified to see many of our ideas about gently increasing density in the outer boroughs is finally on the table, and I support ideas related to bringing back SROs throughout the city and getting rid of parking requirements. However, as the Wicked Witch pointed out in The Killing of Dorothy, these things must be done delicately And I don't see a delicate knife here on the problem, but instead a deregulatory loose cannon. Backing up to look at the larger picture, I feel compelled to point out that the intellectual edifice that the City of Yes policy framework is constructed on is false. This policy will not realize the goal of lowering housing prices and will only result in massive and inappropriate demolition of what is left of too many of New York's unique neighborhoods. The problem is this: the theory that states that the problem of high housing prices in New York is undersupply, itself supposedly caused by excessive exclusionary underzoning, is literally just wrong in New York City. It's anchored in a flawed, libertarian, right-wing interpretation of economic theory that is just so misguided in New York that I am dumbfounded that our political class has adopted it. Regulation, particularly excessive regulation, is not the cause of New York's housing problems. Thus, attacking regulations will be ineffective as a solution. You're wasting your time with this policy framework, and the negative social, economic, and environmental costs that you will impose on the city will be those that we cannot recover from. It is with great sorrow that I see our political and technocratic class dying on this particular hill, one they cannot win, goaded into action by self-interested lobbies like Rebney and Open New York, who push all these discredited theories of Ed Glazer, who I note lives in the grassy suburbs of Boston, not in a real city. I believe that the scope here needs to include impartial review of the underlying economic theory behind this clumsy, overreaching, but important initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for your time today. Our next speaker will be Ananya Kashyap, to be followed by Hannah West, to be followed by Neil Miller.
Hi, can you hear and see me?
We can hear you. We're seeing a desk.
Okay. Let me just work on that camera real quick. Or do you want me to just go ahead without a video?
That's fine.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to present comments today. My name is Ananya Kashyap, and I'm a policy analyst at Citizens Housing and Planning Council, or CHPC, and I'm presenting comments on behalf of our organization. CHPC strongly supports the department's advancement of citywide zoning reforms to enable the construction of more housing and a wider range of housing types and neighborhoods throughout the city. These types of changes are essential to alleviating our housing shortage and cultivating inclusive neighborhoods. Zoning may have been intended as a loose sweater that allows room for growth, but decades of changes and adding layers of restriction and complexity have made zoning a straitjacket that prevents us from combating our housing crisis. For example, since 2000, 59% of our low-density residential land has been rezoned, primarily to make it more restrictive of new housing. The current proposals would help undo the exclusionary effects of these previous changes, and in particular, would support Black homeowners and other homeowners of color who often rely on rental income or living space in basements or cellars. There are certain areas in which the scope of work for the EIS should be expanded to ensure the proposal considered is expansive enough to address the purpose and need for the proposed action. These include, in our present crisis, allowing supportive housing the full community facility FAR as of right, allowing emergency shelters to be converted to permanent housing, considering higher FAR for TOD on larger sites, simplifying the TOD geographies and including omitted transit station areas, allowing more universal affordability preference or UAP developments to use flexible non-contextual bulk regulations, allowing the owners of small homes rather than the city to determine whether to use their space for parking or for other purposes, and ensuring that the EIS includes sufficient analysis to support the launch of a basement legalization program. We will be submitting more extensive and detailed written comments by the close of the comment period. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Thanks for your comments, and we'll look forward to the written testimony as well. Our next speaker is Hannah West, to be followed by Neil Miller, to be followed by Marie de Seneval. Hannah West, you are our next speaker.
Good afternoon, everybody. My comments will be short, and I don't have the same educational background or expertise in this field. I am just a neighborhood member and a homeowner in Brooklyn on a relatively low density street in a high density neighborhood of Prospect Lefferts Gardens. I wanted to make a few comments against this proposal. As an individual homeowner who purchased her home because of the small buildings and my ability to have a backyard for my children, be able to see the sky and beautiful Brooklyn, and be able to have a more neighborhood type feel for my children and myself. The ability for my neighbors to significantly increase the size of their building would diminish the amount of sunlight that I'm able to have in my yard, would diminish my ability to have a solar panel on my roof in order to get alternate forms of energy, and still puts me as somebody who is relatively middle class at a disadvantage to somebody like a neighbor who has recently moved in, who has the ability to develop and increase their size of their building. Additionally, much like the former speaker, Ms. Ellsworth, I do believe that affordable housing is a red herring for increased development and increased profit for developers and the people who they might be I would say in bed with, but that is an inappropriate term, but in financial relationships with. Additionally, losing the parking requirement or the parking mandate is going to significantly decrease my quality of life, in addition to being impinged and not being able to get solar panels, not being able to get proper light and air. You know, this would be a great disservice to, I think, regular New Yorkers, and only benefits those who are looking to make a profit off of the expectations that we had when we purchased these homes, which, you know, the value of my home, were it to be surrounded by large buildings, is significantly less to me than it was at the time of purchase. So I would just like to say that I am against everything in this proposal. I think it's horrible for New Yorkers. I support everything that the speakers before me who have opposed this have said, and I really hope that people take into consideration the fact that this is going to have a directly negative impact on thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and right at time. Thank you for your notes. Our next speaker is Neil Miller, to be followed by Marie de Seneval, to be followed by Elizabeth Denny's. Neil Miller, you're our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Neil Miller, and I live in Midtown. I'm an Open New York member. I'm here because I'm concerned about my friends and family being forced to move out of the city because of the high and rising cost of living here. And I'm joining this meeting because I'm really excited about the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity initiative. I support these changes to the zoning resolution because they'll create new housing opportunities in every neighborhood of the city. There's so many good ideas in this plan, but I'm especially interested in what it's proposing to promote transit-oriented development. I originally grew up in New Jersey, and there's thousands of people, a lot of, my friends, who drive an hour into the city for work. We should give them a chance to live near a bus or subway line that will take them where they need to go instead of having to drive. More homes near transit will help us fight traffic and tackle the climate crisis. The EIS should explore whether the transit-oriented zoning proposed here can go even further than what we have now. In a lot of neighborhoods that we're looking at, there are 5- and 6-story buildings that were built a century ago. The EIS should look into the environmental and economic benefits of allowing more apartments like those near public transit to help fight traffic bring back sort of that historic neighborhood character of transit-oriented neighborhoods, and give more people a chance to live in great places. So thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Looks like I was muted. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Marie de Seneval, to be followed by Elizabeth Denny's, to be followed by Elisa White. We are not seeing Marie de Seneval in our Zoom room. So if you happen to be watching on YouTube, please join the Zoom meeting with the link provided in your registration. We will move to our next speaker, but Marie de Seneval, please reach out if you are not able to join the meeting. So Elizabeth Denny's will be our next speaker.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Denny's, and can you see me?
We are now seeing a table. There, now we see you. Yes.
Perfect. Sorry. My name is Elizabeth Denny's, and I live in Flatbush, Brooklyn. I've been here for the past 8 years and have been in New York City for the past 12 years. I'm one of the board members of Open New York, an advocacy organization that envisions a New York with abundant, stable housing opportunities to welcome communities where people of all backgrounds can thrive. I'm here because I'm worried that my friends, families, and neighbors are being forced to leave because of the cost of living. I'm incredibly fortunate to have the stability of owning my home, and I want to make sure that we're creating ample new housing opportunities throughout the city so that everyone, regardless of whether they own or rent, can equitably afford to live or stay in New York without being rent burdened or even severely rent burdened. I'm really excited about the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity initiative. I support these changes to the zoning resolution, and I want to make sure, again, that they'll create new housing opportunities in every neighborhood, including my neighborhood of Flatbush. I support all of the proposals, but especially want to focus my time on 2 of the proposals that will really, really benefit neighborhoods like mine the most, specifically transit-oriented development and lifting parking minimums. My family, like the majority of those in my neighborhood, happily live car-free, and walkable communities with great transit access like mine are the perfect places for new housing. Building homes near transit, including in the outer boroughs, creates a sustainable future for both our community and for the world in the face of climate change. And building more transit-oriented housing without that required parking also helps reduce the demand for car ownership, an incredibly expensive burden on top of our already increasingly unaffordable housing. While we need this kind of sensible housing where it's easy for people to get to work and take care of their other needs, such as going to the supermarket or getting food or getting medical care, I'm really worried that 3-story buildings aren't going to be enough, particularly if there are many restrictions about which lots can access that higher density. The EIS should explore more flexible standards to encourage even denser development in TOD areas, especially immediately adjacent to all train stations throughout the city. This proposal dovetails well with lifting parking mandates so that every new development for housing can right-size parking and no longer burden or stop the development of additionally badly needed homes. The EIS should keep the proposal to lift parking mandates as simple and widespread as possible. No new parking should be required anywhere in new housing in New York City. I'll also be submitting additional written comments regarding the remainder of the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposals. And thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Elisa White, to be followed by Benjamin Wetzler, to be followed by David Gordon. Elisa White, you're our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, my name is Elisa White, and I live on the Upper West Side. I am also an Open New York member and participating, giving testimony today in my personal capacity and as an Open New York member. I'm here to first say that I'm really excited about the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity initiative. I support all of the changes to the zoning resolution. I want to make sure that this resolution will create the most housing possible. I live in New York and I'm already paying too much for housing. I can't even begin to think about having a family in New York because of the idea of trying to move to a larger space. And I think this should be a city where young people can be here and have opportunities for to stay here longer term. So I support, like I said, there's a number of amazing policies in this initiative. I want to specifically talk about, mention 2. I want to start with town center zoning. So permitting larger mixed-use buildings on commercial-only corridors. I think that first of all, I think that the EIS should also explore whether denser and taller mixed-use buildings can be accommodated in areas where those buildings already exist. I think this will be really helpful. It'll support small businesses and people being able to live within walking distance of stores. I also wanted to touch on, in addition to town center zoning, supporting transit-oriented development. And I think both of these policies highlight how City of Yes is not just housing policy, it's also climate policy. The fact that transport emissions are enormous in our country and make up, I think, almost half of greenhouse gas emissions. These are all climate-friendly policies. In addition to increasing density, can also have benefits of shade from taller buildings. We're talking about urban heat island effect, and we're talking about the need for shade as our city gets hotter, as climate change impacts increasingly hit New York City. So I think we should be thinking about how the shade benefits of increasing density, as well as being able to live near where you work and where you shop, being able to have transit access into the city. So again, supporting both town center zoning as well as transit-oriented development. And like I was saying before, new housing so that I can live here, my older sister can continue to live here and raise kids here. I think we should be supporting this policy both as a housing policy and emphasizing that it has real important climate benefits to the city of New York and to the globe as well. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak here today, and I support the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and your time today. Our next speaker is Benjamin Wetzler, to be followed by David Gordon, followed by Ronisha LaBerry. Benjamin Wetzler, you're our next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. My name is Benjamin Wetzler. I wanted to testify quickly today in support of the 3-minute countdown clock doesn't seem to be going for me. Oh, there we go. Thank you. I wanted to testify today in support of all of the Department of City Planning's efforts to increase the amount of housing available in New York City, but specifically I wanted to talk about UAP and specifically that I believe that that I'm happy to hear and hope that the scope of work ends up ultimately reflecting the stated desire of the commission to make sure that that the policy applies in every medium and high density district. As we've seen in New York City, affordable housing is very, very highly concentrated in only a handful of neighborhoods. By affordable, I mean subsidized for low-income people. Housing is very highly concentrated in only certain neighborhoods when it really needs to be in every neighborhood. It really needs to be actively combating the history of desegregation that has led to our neighborhoods looking the way that they are and being the way that they are. And so I just wanted to make sure that you stick to that commitment, that it will apply everywhere, and say that I'm generally supportive and hope that it can be as that the scope of the policy is as large as possible. I also just in general kind of wanted to say that the office conversion piece, I know that that's a complicated issue that I personally don't have much expertise in, so I couldn't really tell you what is necessary or not, but I do think that it's pretty clear that Midtown in Manhattan is not going to be a completely office-centric neighborhood in the near future, and anything that can be done to rehabilitate those buildings will be beneficial both to the city and to the local economy. And I really hope that you will not limit that the scope of the proposal in that regard either. So thank you very much. Have a good day.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Our next speaker is David Gordon, followed by Ronisha LaBerry, followed by Julia Bryant. David Gordon, you're our next speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi, my name is David Gordon. I'm a New York City resident. I live on the Lower East Side, and I'm here at work in Midtown Manhattan. I'm pro-housing advocate, and I'm a member of Open New York. I'm here because I personally pay more than half my rent pay more than half my income in rent. But I'm also worried about myself and everyone else who, is incredibly rent burdened right now. And I'm really excited about City of Yes, because I think it's an opportunity to really put a dent in the major housing crisis that we're going through. I just wanted to touch on my support for two of the specific areas of City of Yes. The first and most important to me is lifting the parking minimums, because I think this is one of the most universal solutions that we have that could encourage more housing to be built. It will help encourage in basically every place that we currently are building to build just a little bit extra, because those places that don't need to build parking, those can all go to homes. Right now, we're building designs that are suboptimal just to be able to put, cars that two of which take up the entire floor space of a studio apartment. And so I really, really encourage that to stay as part of the City of Yes. And I think that it could lead to a major improvement in the way that we do development in the city. So yes, I just want to keep the proposal as simple and widespread as possible in terms of lifting the parking minimums. The second point that I want to make is, like Ben, the previous speaker spoke to, is the office to residential conversions. Like I said, I work here in Midtown near Penn Station. There are vacant office buildings around me. I know I recently testified at the Midtown mixed use hearing, and I was very excited to hear about their plans for that. And so I just wanted to testify in favor, because I know that having that residential mix can create that active, vibrant 24-hour neighborhood that can be cheaper, more exciting, and importantly, safer for everybody. So if we can keep that proposal in with the maximum amount of flexibility, I would be very much in support of that. So anyway, I want to thank you for having this test meeting. And I really encourage you to keep those two planks in. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for taking time out of your day. Our next speaker is Renisha LaBerry, followed by Julia Bryant, followed by Maria Becci. Renisha, you're our next speaker. Back of house, are we able to promote Renisha?
Renisha, you should be seeing a prompt asking you to accept a promotion to panelist. If you see that, please click on it. Renisha, if that isn't working, I can unmute you where you are.
Let's try that. Thank you.
Renisha, you should be able to unmute now.
Okay, there may be some technical difficulties there, so we'll go to our next speaker. Renisha, if you could dial into our hotline if you would like to speak. We will move to our next speaker, Julia Bryant, followed by Maria Becci, followed by Janine Nichols. Julia Bryant, you are our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
I'm Julia Bryan. I live in Prospect Heights, Brooklyn. My concern is this plan is coming too fast, and it's just too big for myself and my various communities to comprehend. As unglamorous as it sounds, I see no provision for increased sewage treatment plants. And after suffering a new rate of basement flooding, I know that this plan will only increase this problem. I see increasing, I see that the increasement of availability in basement apartments and these shacks in the back of apartment buildings and the return of SROs and will only be controlled by developers. And I feel that these will cause deaths by floods and death by fires. In addition, from my cursory reading of this plan, I think that the end result will make New York City neighborhoods look like downtown Times Square. So in closing, I say, my vote is say no to the city of yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for your testimony. Our next speaker is Maria Becci, to be followed by Janine Nichols, followed by Maxine Barnes.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. I'm happy to join. I'm actually, my name is Maria Becci. I am a homeowner of 42 years in the historic neighborhood of Broadway Flushing, which is in Northeast Queens. I'm really not prepared to give a full statement at this moment, but I will submit a written statement. Many of the aspects of the City of Yes make sense, but to a single family homeowner, they do not. If the City of New York eliminates the choice of housing, eliminating single family homes, you will be turning the City of Yes to a city of no choice. When people come to New York, it's for a particular lifestyle. And our single family neighborhoods are so beautifully maintained for the most part. I just don't understand the city's rationale with, instead of rebuilding, revitalizing areas that need to be developed, that need to be upgraded. Why would the city destroy well-maintained single-family neighborhoods where people need two incomes to support the lifestyle that we chose? In any event, I think there are aspects of City of Yes that make sense, but I do believe that single-family neighborhoods should be carved out of this equation. I thank you for the opportunity. I will submit more detailed written comments, but I do appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and look forward to your written statement. Our next speaker is Janine Nichols, followed by Maxine Barnes, followed by Teresa Westerdahl. Janine Nichols, you are our next speaker.
I can be heard?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. My name is Janine Nichols. I'm a lifelong resident of New York City. I'm 70 years old. I was previously a homeowner, and I am now in an apartment share. So I'm seeing the gamut of what's going on in the city. I just want to say a few things. The word affordable is never defined. It is a word that has been bandied about for years and years and years and years as an excuse to give developers, tax breaks and, the opportunity to wait 10 years to pay any taxes, or all of this resulted in luxury housing. So I don't believe this, well, we're going to get affordable housing, because there's no definition of it being offered. I noted this when we talked about parking. I had to get rid of my car because it was just too much to deal with anymore, because there is no parking. So the elimination of the parking requirement, which mostly benefits companies like Uber and Lyft and not city residents. The parking, the picture that you showed of a low-rise garage that, where 10 apartments could be built, but there, there could be 16 apartments built if there were, but it doesn't happen because of the parking requirements. I would point out that picture proves that it also, the 10 apartments that could be built that would escape the parking requirement has also not been built. So it's not the requirement to build parking spaces that's keeping anything from being built there. It seems to me that this city of yes, these plans are going to return us to a time before there was any zoning. It seems kind of like a free for all. I'm curious as to how many of these apartments will be rentals, how many of them will be condos, how many of them will be subject to rent stabilization rules. I'm not hearing anything about it. There's no emphasis on access to green space or street trees or light availability. I know people who can no longer grow herbs in their kitchen window because buildings are being built on every side of their small home that's now caused them to have no light in their places at all. So I think I agree with the previous speaker that this is just being slammed through, and the elimination of regulations mostly benefits developers and not residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is Maxine Barnes, followed by Teresa Westerdahl, followed by Diane Vigiano. Maxine Barnes, you're our next speaker.
Hello, community. Can you hear me?
Hello, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, my name is Maxine Barnes, and I'm President Emeritus of the Sterling Street Block Association in Prospect Lefferts Gardens. The UAP, Universal Affordability Preference, promise of 20% additional housing to developers for affordable housing. Absent an enforcement and oversight agency put in place is absolutely unacceptable. Developers
Maxine, we aren't able to hear you.
Hello?
We could stop the timer for a second.
What happened?
You just cut out for a moment. Please.
I don't know where I cut out, but I'll try and finish. I said that to developers, oh boy, to the promise of 20% additional, can I have additional? Oh, thank you. The promise of 20% additional housing to developers for affordable housing, absent an enforcement and oversight agency put in place, is totally unacceptable. Developers will turn that 20% to an upzoning nightmare. It is a sign of insanity for the public to believe any affordability after witnessing the unaffordable developments for the last years in our neighborhood. Why should residents expect a different result absent enforcement and oversight? We have witnessed required incomes for affordable housing for as much as $100,000. That is not indicative of the community's income levels. My community's AMI is not even close to $100,000. We have not witnessed any affordable units in the new developments in my community. Also, the community has witnessed an inequitable upzoning in already too dense, overdeveloped, and crowded Black and Brown communities. My community is currently too dense and overcrowded, and a broad stroke upzoning is unacceptable absent infrastructure and absent specific neighborhood needs. Allowing manufacturers Manufacturing outside of manufacturing zones and commercial corridors is unacceptable. It's dangerous to the environment, the public health, and the future of our children. Manufacturer zones were made to be in manufacturing areas, commercial zones in commercial areas, and residential zones in residential areas. These zones were put in place for the well-being of our city and properly studied with EIS study and planned accordingly and must not be changed. Our city is sinking. Broad stroke rezoning and this pilot development will not help. In my community, we witnessed Prospect Park flooded with a whopping 25 feet of water, closing our zoo. For how many days? It is still closed. We are in an environmental crisis. City of Yes proposals are the last thing that we need. Please, we need concentrating on restoring our infrastructure. Council members, vote no on City of Yes. Communities, speak up and out and use your votes wisely to hold elected accountable. Community boards, vote no on City of Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Teresa Westerdahl, followed by Diane Vigiano, followed by Suen Chong. Teresa Westerdahl, you're our next speaker.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
I'm Teresa. I live in central Brooklyn, Crown Heights, near Ebbets Field. I'm also a member of the Community Board 9, Brooklyn Environmental Protection Committee. I do want to say that the start of this presentation, to me, sounded like Open NYC lobbyist. And in the past, I've spoke and listened to these, and I don't appreciate the dismissive nature of the concerns of myself and my community residents with the situation that we are having in central Brooklyn. We have an incredible amount of development in our area. Thousands of units have been and are being created here. There is a lack of oversight by the DOB on the developers. There is trying to get enforcement is futile. I feel like I have to study the DOB and look to enforce things myself, because the DOB is not, there is constant environmental, I don't know how to put it. It's just like things like dumping cement into the sewer system, air quality, clouds of smoke coming up from toxic sites. It's terrible, and it's not, what's supposed to happen does not happen here. We have lost a considerable amount of affordable housing here, real affordable housing. It's heartbreaking to see the number of residents in my majority Black neighborhood have lost housing. They have nowhere to go. You know, they go to the outer boroughs, they leave the city. You know, there is plenty of housing right here for them to stay here, but they can't afford it because it's unaffordable. The affordable housing tactic of these developers is a lie. Open New York is a lie. So vote no on the City of Yes. You know, the drastic change in the demographics of this neighborhood is, the data is there. You know, the parking issue, the air quality issues, the flooding that we are seeing happen in day to day, it's there. We see it, and this is what's going to happen to us, and it's going to get worse with these changes. They've been told us, oh, well, you know, sorry, I see my time is up, but I'm going to continue to do a deep dive and oppose these amendment changes because it's going to negatively.
Thank you for your testimony. Your time is up. As a reminder, comments that we hear today and submitted in writing are responded to in our final scope of work. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Diane Vigiano, followed by Suen Chong, followed by Dylan Kennedy. Diane Vigiano, you are our next speaker.
Diane, you should be seeing a pop-up asking you to accept promotion to panelist. If you see that, you can click on it.
It looks like it was notification declined. All right, we will move to our next speaker. But Diane, if you would like to reach out to our back of house, please feel free to do so if you wish to speak. Our next speaker is Suen Chong.
Hi, my name is Suen Chong. I'm a resident of Brooklyn Community Board 9, Prospect Lefferts Gardens. I've lived in Brooklyn for about 12 years now as a homeowner. I've lived throughout the city, however, my entire life in Manhattan, in Queens. I've lived in rent stabilized apartments, co-ops. So I care a great deal about the whole city. Looking at the charts on page 16 of the draft scope of work, it's obvious that the upzonings for the universal affordability preference are not only 20%. That is a real understatement. In the R6 districts, the upzonings can be up to 75% on narrow streets, and in the R7 non-contextual districts, they can be up to 45%. This will not be a little bit more housing in every neighborhood. It's a lot more housing in some neighborhoods. It will mean dramatic changes in my neighborhood. Entire blocks of low-rise homes and mixed-use buildings can be demolished and replaced by up to 12-story buildings. In Community Board 9, we have already seen multiple destructive out-of-scale developments under the CEQR program, which is supposed to be similar to the Universal Affordability Program. And citywide, the greatest upzoning impacts of this program will be on minority and low and moderate income neighborhoods that are mostly non-contextual R6 and R7, like Bushwick, the Bronx, Upper Manhattan, Prospect Lefferts Gardens, Flatbush, and Crown Heights, where the most significant upzoning could take place and where the affordable housing built has mostly been at market rate. Most of these districts are already dense and have already built thousands of units of housing and have stepped up to build thousands more, including low income and supportive housing. This new upzoning intensifies the pressure in our neighborhoods, where low income rent stabilized tenants have literally been forced out by new building construction that block their windows and damage their apartments, and where entire blocks of homes have been demolished, with 1 or 2 remaining homeowners being literally squeezed out by new buildings encroaching on either side. At this point, we need zoning for preservation and laws that protect the 2/3 of our housing units that are rent stabilized. This means that we need to see an evaluation of the potential for demolition and new units that could be built and their cumulative effects on the environment, taking into account large pending public projects such as Vital Brooklyn. The impacts on light and air for residents, parking, looking at DMV registrations to see how many car owners there actually are, not just whether or not you deem it to be a transit zone, direct and indirect displacement of residents and small business, the impacts on landmark districts and sunlight sensitive resources such as Prospect Park and the Brooklyn Botanic Gardens that are adjacent to non-contextual R6 and R7 districts. The failure of rezoning policy over the last 2 decades is not a failure of the idea of community-based planning to create plans that work for them rather than one-size-fits-all zoning text amendments by DCP. It is a failure of the idea that zoning bonuses in dense transit-oriented neighborhoods will incentivize private developers and landowners to produce affordable housing at the income levels most needed in the city, leaving us with over 300,000 shadow vacant units, according to the latest HPD survey. Thank you.
Thank you. Right on time. Thank you for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Dylan Kennedy, followed by Elizabeth Ashby, followed by Malin Mehta. I'm not seeing Dylan Kennedy in the room. Dylan Kennedy, if you are viewing via YouTube, please hop over to the Zoom. We will go to our next speaker, Elizabeth Ashby, followed by Malin Mehta, followed by Louis Cespedes. Elizabeth Ashby, you're our next speaker. All right, Elizabeth, it looks like we are unable to promote you. noting that down in case you're able to resolve any technical issues. We will move to our next speaker, Malin Mehta, followed by Louis Cespedes, followed by Alida Camp. Not seeing Malin Mehta in the meeting either. So we will move on. Louis Cespedes, you are our next speaker, followed by Alida Camp, followed by Penny King.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I would like to make a few comments about the housing plan related to some of the comments that were made earlier about expanding affordable housing and about creating middle housing in low density neighborhoods. The housing affordability crisis here has been used as a pretext for development, and we should not confuse housing affordability, the crisis in housing affordability, with the crisis of housing shortages. We do not have a housing shortage in New York. The vacancy rate for apartments below $1,500 is 0. The vacancy rate for apartments over $2,500 is near 12%. We currently have about 300,000 empty units of housing in New York City. It's amazing to me as a developer, as someone that works in the building industry, and as someone that designs affordable housing, that we're having conversations about minimizing dwelling unit factors in neighborhoods that have for long been have been home to missing middle housing. Take my neighborhood of East Flatbush, for instance. We've seen developments over the last year, over the last 5 years, as of right. 6-story buildings that are developed with no zoning changes and no upzoning, and we are now discussing, as far as I can read in the draft scope of work, upzoning proposals that would basically double the density in those communities, double the density of current development, while also reducing the dwelling unit factors. We are talking about EIS, and we're not talking about how this will impact the current infrastructure. I don't believe for a minute that this will create any more housing affordability than we've seen. The 80-20 has already existed. And we're not talking about how these developments, how this change in the zoning would affect MIH, would affect HPD, design minimums. We're talking about using multiple dwelling minimum room sizes for development. So in short and in summary, what we're talking about is a handout to developers and a creative destruction by tax. What the effective development has done to my community is essentially taking the floor out from homeowners by making the value of their land much more valuable than the homes that sit on it. And so what we're doing and what we're seeing in the city of Yes is effectively bankrupting homeowners and forcing them to be displaced through tax discrimination. And so we should say no to this proposal outright.
Thank you. Thank you for being here and for sharing your testimony. Our next speaker is Alida Camp, followed by Penny King, followed by Pamela Yard. Alida Camp, you are our next speaker. Alida Camp, are you in the meeting?
Sorry.
Hi,
Sorry.
welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alida Camp. I am a member and former chair of Community Board 8 Manhattan, but am speaking individually. My understanding is that you're considering eliminating ULURP for building affordable housing. Manhattan Community District 8 is the densest community in the city. I have the following questions about examining impact of this proposal, including increased FAR. How will environmental impact be understood without EARD? How will you assess the need for school seats without EARD? How will you assess the need for increased public transportation? How will demolition and loss of rent-regulated units be accounted for? CB8 has lost thousands of units to market rate development. How will you assess the loss of light and air and its impact on the community? How will affordable housing be measured? How will an increase in market rate housing that comes with building of affordable housing be measured? How will increased need for public safety, fire trucks, ambulances, police be measured and anticipated? How much additional market rate housing will be built? And what will the impact be on specific neighborhoods and on the boroughs and city as a whole? How will the need for increased sanitation services be measured and anticipated? How will additional green space to accompany increased density be provided? How will impact on traffic be measured? Tall buildings and the demolition of existing buildings are the largest source of environmental emissions and count for significant carbon release. How will these be measured and mitigated? How will the need for medical facilities across the boroughs be measured? What will the impact on utilities be, especially in areas such as Community District 8, where we already have rolling brownouts? When will the city assume responsibility to build affordable housing on its own without making deals for for-profit developers who get more than they give and continue to seek loopholes? How will stability of small businesses be ensured? How will the impact on air quality be measured, including impacts from additional delivery trucks to residences and nearby stores and taxis and Ubers be measured? How is any neighborhood representative? How will the impact on intangible aspects of urban living, such as on the value of historic buildings, the character and history of neighborhoods, landmarks, and manufacturing districts such as the Garment Center be recognized, measured, and accounted for? ULURP is the bedrock of the citizens' voice, including through which they're elected officials for what gets built and how it gets built in this city. We've seen the impact of zoning changes where developer promises are not kept and affordable housing is not built. The desperate need for affordable housing does not justify eliminating environmental impact analyses and the loss of our voice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker is Penny King, followed by Pamela Yard, followed by Nadav Bigelman. Penny King, you are our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Penny King, and I am delivering comments on behalf of Zach Bernstein, a land use partner at Fried Frank. We applaud the Department of City Planning's comprehensive citywide effort to address New York City's housing shortage by modifying outdated zoning restrictions to allow greater housing production. However, the current proposal to provide landmarks with more flexibility to transfer excess floor area may not afford new transfer opportunities for landmarks in some high density areas where the adjacent blocks are already substantially built out. In these situations, landmarks with the most excess development rights would still be left without any transfer options, while the city would miss out on new housing and economic development opportunities. To address this concern, we urge that the housing opportunity proposal include a city planning commission authorization to allow for broader transfers of development rights from landmarks in high density areas. Similarly, the final scope of work for the EIS should account for an authorization action that would allow for a broader transfer of landmark floor area from some high density areas. Ultimately, the adoption of more flexible zoning rules for the transfer of landmark floor area will better facilitate the goals of the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal. We will submit additional comments on the draft scope of work in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here. We look forward to the written testimony as well. Our next speaker is Pamela Yard, to be followed by Nadav Bigelman, to be followed by Ken A. It does not appear that Pamela Yard is in the room. Pamela, if you are watching on the YouTube, feel free to switch over to Zoom at this time. Otherwise, we will move on to our next speaker, Nadav Bigelman, followed by Ken A, followed by Maddie DeSerbo.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. One second, please. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments regarding the proposed citywide text amendment, City of Yes, for housing opportunity. My name is Nadav Vigaman, and I'm here representing Regional Plan Association, RPA. RPA is a century-old nonprofit civic organization that conducts research, planning, and advocacy to improve economic opportunity, mobility, environmental sustainability, and the quality of life for those who live and work in the New York metropolitan region. The proposed City of Yes for housing opportunity zoning text amendment closely aligned with our efforts to improve housing supply and make the region more affordable. As such, we strongly support the proposal and encourage its adoption. The proposed zoning text amendment comes at a critical time for the city and metropolitan region. Housing development across the tri-state area has been insufficient to meet the needs of its residents. As housing supply has become constrained, available homes for workers, young people, and low and moderate income households have declined. The region's failure to build enough housing has resulted in overcrowded apartments, increasing homelessness, and rents and home prices rising faster than income and inflation. This lack of housing has also hampered economic growth, accelerated environmental degradation, and worsened health outcomes. These conditions and the ways in which the regional housing markets have evolved have begun largely and dictated by policy choices from past decades and long overdue for change. The proposed City of Yes for housing opportunity represents the boldest move in housing and land use policy since the adoption of the city's 1961 zoning resolution, which remains the foundation for most of today's regulations. Despite efforts to advocate for more mixed-use spaces, New York City current zoning code still largely keeps uses and populations segregated. With the introduction of the 1961 resolution, a model of high-rise office buildings with expensive uniform floors was accommodated. This solidified the dominance of commercial land and offices structures in the city business districts across the outer boroughs. The 1961 resolution significantly reduced achievable residential densities, which made the construction of apartment buildings impossible to do to low permitted floor area ratios. Furthermore, and through the establishment of parking minimums, the resolution incentivized the development of an urban landscape that prioritized automobiles as the primary mode of transportation, reinforcing the separation of youth and communities and hurting our environment. RPA strongly supports the proposed City of Yes for housing opportunity zoning text amendment, as it would help reverse grave mistakes from the past. The proposal would allow significant increases in urgent need housing production. If adopted, the proposal will allow more housing and housing types across all neighborhoods, addressing diverse needs and populations. There are a few items we believe warrant further investigation, including expanding the proposed transit zone, transfer of development rights related to NYCHA, and the inclusion of both a maximum and minimum dwelling unit factor. These areas will be
Thank you. Your
elaborated.
time is concluded. Thank you. If you have written testimony, we're happy to receive it as well. Thank you for your testimony. Our next speaker is Ken A., followed by Maddie DeSerbo, followed by Samir Lavinia. Ken A., you're our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, okay, great. So my name is Ken. I've been living in Brooklyn since 2011. I'm a member of Open New York, and I'm here to really support this City of Yes initiative. And I'm going to keep it short and sweet. I think a lot of the stuff here is really great and excellent. One suggestion that I have is that in the case of the state, at the state level, there is reforms that allow for more housing and more opportunities for housing. I would like to see some automatic triggers in the City of Yes proposal, so that it could say for the fall cap, if the state gives it a fall cap, there's automatic triggers in the City of Yes to go beyond I think a FA of 12 residential. Outside of that, I think that City of Yes is great. And I really look forward to seeing this pass. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Short and sweet, you said it. All right, thanks for being here and for your testimony. Our next speaker is Maddie DeSerbo, to be followed by Samir Lavinia, to be followed by Michelle Rock. Maddie DeSerbo, you're our next speaker.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Sorry, I'm having some technical difficulties.
We are able to hear you.
Okay, I can't see anything on my screen right now. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, I should be ready in a second.
Okay. If you think it'll take more than a few seconds, we can go to
No,
our next speaker and be.
I'm so sorry. I'm ready.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Maddie DeSerbo, and I'm here on behalf of the Real Estate Board of New York. REBNY is the city's leading real estate trade association representing commercial, residential, institutional property owners, building managers, investors, brokers, salespeople, and other organizations and individuals active in New York City real estate. REBNY supports zoning for housing opportunity, which aims to enable incremental housing production across every neighborhood and ensures that each neighborhood produces its fair share of housing, including below market rate units. These changes, as outlined in the draft scope of work, are vital as New York City faces a housing crisis. New York City's housing production lags population and job growth. REBNY's Q2 2023 construction pipeline report showed a 60% drop in proposed multifamily dwelling units and a 72% decline in new filings as of May 2023. New York City permits only 29 units of housing for every 1,000 residents, and data from the Department of City Planning shows that the per capita housing production in New York City fell behind fast-growing US cities such as Orlando, Houston, Dallas, Phoenix, and Arizona in the last decade. While production has decreased, rents continue to rise. Median rents for a two-bedroom unit in New York City increased 52% since 2019. Comparatively, rents in New Rochelle decreased in the past 3 years due to a 12% increase in their housing production. Additionally, New York City ranks second worst out of 44 major US cities, according to Wharton's Residential Land Use Regulation Index, and last in University of Arizona's survey of 83 US cities on zoning rules. Outdating zoning regulations impede housing construction in areas with significant growth potential, and most of the land outside of Manhattan is zoned for 1 to 2 family homes. Increasing housing supply is crucial to addressing affordability, and upzoning measures as proposed in Housing Opportunity will thereby expand the capacity for development. REBNY is encouraged by the moderate density increases proposed in zoning for Housing Opportunity, facilitating transit-oriented development, affordable housing, and the opportunity to construct multifamily housing in commercial corridors. We are particularly pleased to see the changes proposed by the Office Adaptive Reuse Task Force included expanding the eligible age of buildings for conversion citywide to 1990, unlocking the potential for thousands of new housing units. We also strongly support the need to enable more landmark transfers and the elimination of parking requirements. However, the details of the zoning text will matter in our evaluation of the proposal, even of items that on their face we are predisposed to support, and we emphasize the need for coherent, coordinated regulations, both before referral and during land use review, underscoring the importance of collaboration between city planning and industry experts and practitioners as this zoning text amendment evolves. We plan to submit detailed written testimony outlining the technical changes and areas for further clarification that the department should address. Thank you for your time.
Thanks. Right on time, and look forward to the written testimony. Thank you for being here. Our next speaker is Samir Lavinia, to be followed by Michelle Rock, to be followed by Julia Harris. Samir Lavinia, you're our next speaker. Hi, welcome.
Hello. Hopefully you can hear me just fine.
Yes.
All right, thank you for having me. My name is Samir Lavingia, and I work at Open New York, and I'm Assistant Secretary on Community Board 5, but I'm speaking here today in my personal capacity. Just want to make a quick note that our Community Board has not weighed in on this as a whole, and there were no votes taken. Just wanted to make that clear. I live in Midtown. I've been here since April of this year. Before that, I lived near Union Square, and before that, I lived in the West Village. And like many New Yorkers, I did not choose to move each of those times. I was forced to move due to large rent increases up to, almost 25%. And I could not afford that, so I had to move, and that's why I'm here speaking today. I was displaced out of my neighborhood, my community, and my home, and my entire family lives in New York, and I don't know how long any of us will be able to rent here as rents just keep going up due to a lack of supply. At a high level, I'm very excited about the zoning text amendment. And I think the plan to build a little bit more housing everywhere is a great one. I support all these changes because we need to build more housing in New York City. The facts are clear that adding more supply will stop rent growth and can even reduce rents. And we need to protect our most vulnerable New Yorkers who are renters in unregulated rentals, not homeowners who have had hundreds of thousands of dollars of wealth appreciation and are not at risk of displacement. Outside of that, building more housing in our cities will benefit the environment, slow climate change, because people who live in dense urban environments simply pollute less than the alternative. And let me be clear, the alternative is sprawl. And sprawl is where people must drive everywhere and have less efficient homes due to shared walls. So when we're talking about climate, it's important that we realize that density is the way we need to go forward. The alternative where we don't do anything is one where we have more displacement, more rent increases, and continued segregation and more. Specifically, I want to drill down on two topics that I'm excited about: the office to residential conversions in buildings built before 1990 and the relaxing of other similar rules. In Midtown, we have so many vacant office spaces, especially in the garment district, that could be used for housing. And I think if we combine it with the removal of the dwelling unit factor, which is proposed, we can create so many new homes for so many more people. We can be a welcoming New York for young people who are tired of living with their roommates, for recent graduates, or for people transitioning from a shelter. I'm also excited to hear about the lifting of parking minimums. In my district, as previously noted, we do have parking maximums, and those are great. I would encourage us to do that everywhere. But, I understand the political realities, and if we need to start with getting rid of the parking minimums, I fully support that as well. Parking is still going to get built, and, it is what it is, but we shouldn't be forcing it when people simply don't want it. And once again, just to wrap it up, I'm very excited about all of these changes, and I can't wait to see where it goes. And thank you for the time.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is Michelle Rock, followed by Julia Harris, followed by Sia Balabanova. Michelle Rock, you registered as via dial-in. So if you are in on your telephone, if you could press *9 on your telephone at this time. *9, Michelle Rock, if you are indicating that you're in the room. If we could promote that telephone number that has raised their hand. Hello, is this Michelle Rock?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, is this Michelle Rock?
Yes, this is Michelle Rock.
Welcome.
Hi, how are you? I will try not to be long-winded. I am here because I completely oppose the City of Yes proposal and all of its initiatives. I am a resident in the Brooklyn Community Board 17, East Flatbush. I represent an organization as well as myself called SayNoToLess.org. I have lived and worked in a New York City neighborhood my entire life, and it has become way too dense to enjoy my neighborhood. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can still hear you. I'm not able to hear Michelle in the room anymore.
I think we may have lost connection.
Okay, Michelle Rock, if you are able to dial back in, we will conclude your testimony as soon as you're able to join. Okay, we will move to our next speaker. Our next speaker is Julia Harris, followed by Sia Balabanova, followed by Alicia Boyd. Checking with our folks in the background, Julia Harris does not appear in the Zoom nor Sia Balabanova. So we will move to our next speaker, Alicia Boyd. Alicia Boyd, you are our next speaker. Hi, welcome. Alicia Boyd, it looks like your microphone is still muted. There we go.
Give me 1 second, please. Just need to fix something. Okay. Okay, my name is Alicia Boyd. I represent a community group in the Flatbush, Crown Heights, Brooklyn area. You are conducting 3 violations of the law. One is you're segregating the 2 largest rezoning proposals in the history of New York City, the Housing and Business Opportunity Text Amendments. And this is a violation of the CEQR, State Environmental Quality Review, which states that you cannot separate actions that will affect the same landmass. In the proposed business text amendments, you placed all the manufacturing of businesses within all commercial zones under Section 3200. Now, in the text amendments of the housing, you're going to put residential apartments above those commercial zones. And so, and which means is that these manufacturing districts will now be residing, businesses will now be residing underneath residential housing, which has always been separated within manufacturing zones, and you're not taking into consideration the cumulative impact of those. You've also, you're doing a massive rezoning, and you are not actually studying each community or each community board and their effects. So you're basically sitting there not doing what the State Environmental Quality Review Act requires you to do, and that is to study the entire mass that's being rezoned. You're actually proposing to take some other community, study that community, and then claim that that community represents everybody else. But that's not necessarily, that's a violation of the CEQR laws, because you cannot do that. You have to study the entire mass that's being rezoned. If you want to take on this arduous task of rezoning the entire New York City, then you have to take on the arduous task of studying it and its negative effects. And then finally, we noticed that you decided to sneak in the idea that when a developer wants to change the bulk requirements of their building, they no longer have to go through a public review process to Uniform Land Use Review. They just have to go to DCP and actually CP for these requests. Now, for people who don't understand what bulk requirements are, those are normally the height of the building, the size of the building, the amount of apartments in the building, basically what a developer always asks for. That's what basically an application is, a rezoning application is. So you're basically taking the power away from, as a previous person had already stated, you're basically taking away the power of the community to be able to sit there and weigh in and also ensure the environmental issues will be addressed, because we know DCP does not have a very good reputation of doing that. And so we are definitely, I am definitely against these rezoning proposals. I think that, you know, Eric Adams wants to be the Black Moses, but he should not. Thank you.
Thank you, right on time. Thank you for your testimony and for your time today. Our next speaker is Marco Tamayo, to be followed by Vince Roberts, followed by Gilbert Sabater. Marco Tamayo, you're our next speaker.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, thank you. Good afternoon. I am architect and urban planning and practicing in the 5 boroughs. I can speak about the whole city, but I am going to address only the community where I live, which is the Upper East Side. I will send a written testimony. I did a study on the Upper East Side. Location of the survey is between 86 to 72nd Streets, from York to 3rd Avenue. The variables to study was types of housing programs used, floor area ratio, building heights, affordable housing built, demolished, and preserved. My findings are the developer demolished more affordable housing than they built. At the rate for every new affordable housing built, 9 affordable housing were demolished. These developments are very low density, from 50% to 0%. The 0% reaches when the developer are building community facilities, demolishing affordable housing, especially in our community has a corridor or hospital, and many of these facilities are everywhere. Since to build a super tall building is more expensive to build and have large apartments, this needle development is affordable for luxury housing, forcing the low-income housing household to leave from our community, exacerbating gentrification in our community. These needle towers are also not sustainable. The taller the building, the lower the density, the higher the floors, the bigger the volume to be conditioned. Therefore, the more carbon emissions, the poorer the air quality, and the warmer will be the planet. In addition, the misuse of materials in super tall radiator buildings with predominantly glass and steel materials on the cladding, having more conduction and radiation than high energy efficient and human scale buildings, and with more window to wall ratio cladding exposed, have less solar refraction, and the larger is the increase of energy usage. The proposal is to protect the unprotected district on the Upper East Side with a bonus of 2 floor area ratio and 20 feet height for affordable housing, or R10-8 or contextual district. This R10-8 contextual district has demonstrated to be fully satisfactory, judicious, and plenty of common sense, benefiting both the developer and the community needs. In brief, the study analyzed the incompatibility of scale, density, sustainability, neighborhood character, and losing of affordable housing and new developments. Consequently, we are requesting that this proposal should be part of the CTOGS plan, because harmoniously it would benefit both the developers and building more affordable housing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. All right, our next speaker is Vince Roberts, followed by Gilbert Sabater, followed by Mimi Mitchell. We are not seeing Vince Roberts in the room, so we'll note that. And if you are watching via YouTube, feel free to hop over to the Zoom. We will go to our next speaker, Gilbert Sabater. Again, apologies for any mispronunciation of people's names.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Stephanie, my name is Gilbert Sabater. I vote no on the city of yes. And the reason is because I believe it is the biggest gift to developers that I've seen in my long life living in New York City. I have seen developers taking over the city over and over and over again. I have seen my neighborhood in the Upper East Side totally destroyed. All I see is big tall buildings going up and the nice 6-7 story apartment houses being destroyed, which hurt the environment. And in all of this, the people who live here are not the ones who are gaining anything. As a matter of fact, they're losing the character of their neighborhoods. They're losing their family members because they can't afford to live here. And you know, Stephanie, the sad part of it is that we have all the resources to do the right thing. We could copy Europe, where they do not demolish, they repair old buildings. Go to Rome, you see 300-400-year-old buildings were being repaired, not destroyed We look at a 50-year building, we say this old, let's get rid of it. You know the environmental damage that we do when we do that every time we do it? Are we really creating housing that we need? How about all the housing that it has been warehouse, where people are just keeping the apartments empty? Why? Because they have rent stable laws and they do not want to rent the apartments at affordable prices. So they rather keep them empty than rent them. Don't you think that, see, the city of Yes addresses none of these issues. And that's what bothers me. There is no input from the community any longer because yes, the developers don't have to go to the community anymore. They only have to go to the city of Yes, whomever will be in charge of it, and then they can build whatever they want. And Stephanie, the last thing is this. In Denmark, if you want to build an apartment house, you have to have the 1/3 low income, 1/3 middle income, and the top can be high income. Why can we do that in the city of New York? It is so simple. Instead of building these luxury buildings that nobody can afford for millions of dollars. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert, for your testimony and for being here today.
We are experiencing a slight technical difficulty and we just need to restart the screen share. It'll just take one moment. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Sorry for the inconvenience. It'll be just one more moment.
While we wait to resolve our issue in the background, I'll just remind everyone that if you are watching the YouTube live stream, or if you are in the room and have not yet registered to speak on our electronic sign-in tool, please do so now by visiting nyc.gov/NYCENGAGE so that we are able to add you to our speakers list.
It appears our technical issue has been resolved.
All right, thank you. We will continue. Our next speaker is Mimi Mitchell, followed by Noah Miller, followed by Zheng Jean-Jacques. Mimi Mitchell, you're our next speaker. I am not seeing Mimi Mitchell in the Zoom right now. If you are watching, feel free to join the Zoom at this time. Our next speaker is Noah Miller, who also does not appear to be in the Zoom room, so we will note that and move to our next speaker, which is Zheng Jean-Jacques, followed by Victoria Hillstrom, followed by David Rosenthal. Zheng Jean-Jacques, you're our next speaker.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Okay. Well, I oppose the city of Yes, and I'm a resident in the community of CB9. Right now, we are facing a housing crisis, especially with an influx of illegal immigrants entering, which is oversaturated in New York City. While adding housing can mitigate such oversaturation, it is doing so to the detriment of the already housed working class. For example, one of the things the city of Yes is trying to do is eliminate parking requirements. Places such as Manhattan are impossible to find parking in. I do not want the same crisis to affect our personal communities. After a long day out in the world, the number one place we go to get a peace of mind is home. But the city of Yes is attempting to take this away from us. Just imagine going home after a long day of work and having to spend hours to find parking, or having anxiety that you're going to get an impossibly high ticket for parking in a place you're not supposed to park because there's simply nowhere else to park. I want everyone to really think of how hard parking is in Manhattan. This is going to be every community in New York City if the city of Yes gets their way. The city of Yes doesn't care, and that is why they have yet to properly address this issue. This is going to eventually force us native New Yorkers out of NYC. Why should working class take backseat to the non-working class? Since these developers care so much about housing, the fact of the matter is that this housing crisis can be addressed without destroying our current communities. There's plenty of acres upon acres of open land in places such as upstate New York. Before destroying our communities, we should exhaust all alternatives first, such as building upon the acres of open land in places such as upstate New York. This is a clear and viable alternative to house many who need to be housed, while simultaneously leaving our communities intact. Even further, by adding all of these affordable houses to New York City, the taxpayers are going to have to pay for all this. This will cause property taxes to increase explosively. So what the city of Yes is trying to do is eliminate homeowners' ability to find parking, increase their property taxes, and saturate our community with residents that the working class doesn't want in our community, all in the name of lining these developer pockets. Homeowners beware. Historically, people in suits have always been able to rob the working class through proposals such as this. We are being sacrificed. This is a clandestine land grab by the developers, as they know that the long-term impact of this proposal will force us homeowners out so they themselves can grab our homes as well. Also, please keep in mind that while we have many families in the community that would love to comment, because of the very bizarre time of this meeting, many of the working class who wanted to attend this meeting cannot. This is causing this meeting to be biased by being stacked by organizations such as Open New York, who don't represent native New Yorkers because they themselves aren't native New Yorkers. They are all at work pushing the agenda of their organization. The average resident of New York City who would have objected to the city of Yes cannot attend this meeting, as the time of this meeting conflicts with their work schedule that they need to survive. That is all.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today and appreciate your testimony. Our next speaker is Victoria Hillstrom, followed by David Rosenthal, followed by John DeWind. Victoria Hillstrom, you're our next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. My name is Victoria Hillstrom. I have been a resident of Tribeca, I guess since 1999. Our lofts are in Tribeca that we repurposed to residential code, impacting design and architecture around the world. We in Tribeca were the first rezoned after 9/11, where these rezonings essentially raise property values to raise the taxes to balance the city and state's budget. And what we have seen, of course, everyone will say nobody wants a repeat of Tribeca after 9/11. Everyone can see what has happened, where we now have the Soho rezoning in a plan by the city of New York and approved by city council based on fraud, in a plan that essentially converts 3 residential neighborhoods, Soho, NoHo, and Chinatown, to commercial, in a plan to knock down 185 rent stabilized buildings, to convert artist lofts to office space for startups and nonprofit, i.e. tech, to add restaurants and hotels and big box retail, to privatize our historic districts and residential communities to Google campuses. It is absolutely abhorrent. I can say for all of the residents in Lower Manhattan that have been forced to file suit against the city in the Seaport, where they're building a skyscraper, completely ignoring the landmark laws, in Soho, completely ignoring the landmark laws and the loft laws, altering the laws that govern our homes 50 years after we adapted industrial buildings to residential code to have an affordable place to live and work from home based on zoning for light manufacturing. I can say to the mayor and city council full-heartedly, we do not support the city of Yes. You have a luxury housing plan based on knocking down rent regulated or regulated buildings to build luxury skyscrapers with enough loopholes to land a 747. And not only, well, although it was originally to turn New York City into a luxury product, you all miscalculated, because fashion, film, music, entertainment, and the arts, retail, finance, now our yellow cabs are all leaving. The Fortune 500 are leaving. New York City is not a luxury product. We live and work here. This is Main Street, and you are destroying the largest economy in the world. We want the mayor to
your time
back
is up.
down.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Our next speaker is David Rosenthal, followed by John DeWind, followed by Daniel Ingolstad. I'm not seeing David Rosenthal in the room. Our next speaker, John DeWind, has registered via dial-in. If you are one of the phone numbers here in the room, please dial *9 on your telephone to indicate that you are John DeWind. All right. It does not appear that John DeWind is in the room, so we will note both of those at this
One
time.
moment, the raise hand function was turned off.
All right, John DeWind, if you are in the room, dial *9, please.
He does not appear to be here.
Okay, Thank you. We will move on to our next speaker, which is Daniel Ingolstad. Daniel Ingolstad will be followed by Robert Thuston, followed by Lucy Coteen. Daniel Ingolstad, you are our next speaker. I'm not seeing. Okay, we will move to our next registered speaker, Robert Thuston. We will note that Daniel Ingolstad was not able to be promoted. Robert Thuston does not appear to be in the room, so we will go to our next speaker, Lucy Coteen, followed by Ainsley Binder, followed by Nathaniel Zolski. Lucy Coteen, you're our next speaker.
Okay.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, thank you. We're good. Okay. This is a bit rambling as I was sort of scribbling notes as we go. But first of all, great testimony by some of the people who oppose this plan. What Hannah West said was really good about living in a low-rise neighborhood. That is an actual neighborhood and not just a stack of apartments on top of each other with no connection. Also, great job by Sue-Ann Chong and a lot of other people. But, you know, the city should focus first and foremost on fixing and renting every empty NYCHA apartment and every subsidized apartment, rent-controlled apartment. As I understand it, there are thousands of apartments being withheld from the market because the landlord doesn't want to fix them up and rent them out. And someone else already spoke to that, and they are 100% correct. Before we are surrounded by new buildings everywhere, high rises, 50, 60, 70, 80 stories tall, that will be completed in the next couple of years, thousands and thousands of new units, which are likely to be half empty, as many of the new high rises are already empty. So before we start building another building, another apartment, let's occupy what we already have. Let's fix the low income housing that exists and put the people in there. This is insane to be building new when we see nothing but thousands of high rises units already out there that are not affordable. And we all know how unaffordable the so-called affordable housing was. You know, that was a joke. This no zoning anywhere, everywhere business is horrible. It takes away the community voice, the community board. And when you take away ULURP, you're just opening it up for the developers to totally control the city, although they already pretty much do. And before there's another housing unit developed, we need an adequate sewage system. There we see flooding. People's houses are flooded with raw sewage right now. Insanely, they're building in the Rockaways high rises, which are totally flooded. Do the infrastructure first. Don't even consider building without the infrastructure. And as for removing parking, no, the regulation that should be put into place is that you have to have electric charging units in the new parking units. People have cars because they need cars, not because it's a hell of a lot of fun to run around New York City in your car, except for maybe a couple of people. But for the most part, it's working class people who actually are the ones who run the city. They do the work. There's the construction workers, the laborers, even people in city council who tend to drive to work. So eliminating parking just creates more congestion, more air pollution, and more noise pollution, and hurts the people.
Thank you. Your time is up.
You're going to.
Yes, thank you. We do stick to our time limit to allow everyone the opportunity to speak. We are going to hold for just a moment to allow a changeover to happen in our back of house. So we'll hold until we have the presentation back up. Just a moment. We can go into presentation mode. Great, thank you. Our next speaker is Ainsley Binder, followed by Nathaniel Zulski, followed by V. Hoy, followed by Sam Ballantine. I do believe that none of these registered speakers are here in the room at this time. So if you are viewing on YouTube, please switch over to the Zoom so that we can bring you in to speak. We will continue. So that was Ainsley Binder, Nathaniel Zulski, V. Hoy, and Sam Ballantine. All right. The next group of speakers are Carol Donovan, Karen Bale, and Sarah Lind. Carol Donovan, you're our next speaker, followed by Karen Bale, followed by Sarah Lind. Carol, I see that you are a panelist. If you can unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Yes, yeah, thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak at this meeting. But I have to first emphasize what I think more than one person has said. And I should first start off by saying I'm president of Richmond Town Clark Avenue Civic Association, Staten Island, and I'm speaking from the point of view of the public. To have a meeting that's held at 2 o'clock in the afternoon totally disregards the working public. These are the people you said that you're trying to help the middle class, you're trying to help people of modest or low incomes. Well, you're not doing that by having a meeting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon when people are either at work or parents or caregivers or picking up children from school, for example. And I sent in an email, maybe you don't have a working email at City Planning, but I sent in an email asking, can't you make this a hybrid meeting and set it at a different time of the day when the public can attend? You're just giving an opportunity to join for a Zoom meeting, which you need a computer or you need a smartphone, which somebody who is poor or of modest income can't afford. But at least if you gave an opportunity for people to attend in person, it would give them a chance to have a voice. And I don't know how well this meeting was even advertised for the public, for the poor, for the working class. You say you're trying to help, even knew about this meeting. So that's my first point that I think is a significant point. And I think as many others throughout the Zoom meeting today have stressed in different ways, the city of New York can't possibly handle the current population. We don't have enough NYPD. We do not have enough fire department employees. We don't have enough EMTs or other emergency service employees to handle the current population. The utilities, no consideration is being made for the fact that they will be overtaxed if you do a significant increase in population. Others have said we don't have the sewer system, simply can't accommodate massive changes if you first build monstrous structures and you don't plan for the nuts and bolts of what's needed to service a city. The city, the mayor has already talked about making significant budget cuts across the board in the city. So how can you accommodate more people if you can't build new schools, you can't accommodate the hospitals, more hospitals. If there was another Hurricane Sandy,
Thank you. Your
do we
time
have
is
enough?
concluded. Thank you. We appreciate your testimony and the discussion around how this meeting takes place. We strive to have a broad variety of how folks can participate in the process. Our next speaker is Karen Bale, who has registered to speak via phone. It doesn't. Back of house, are we able to enable the *9 feature?
Raise hand is on.
All right, Karen Bale, if you're able to press *9 on your phone to indicate that you are here in the meeting. Okay, seeing none, we will move to our next speaker, but Karen Bale, if you're able to join, please do so. Our next speaker is Sarah Lind, followed by Adam Brodheim, followed by Marie McCullough. Sarah Lind, you're our next speaker.
Hi, thank you so much for having this hearing today. I'm here to speak in full support of the City of Yes text amendment. As we face a housing crisis, a climate crisis, a livability crisis, it's critical that we make the changes necessary to make our city livable going forward. I've heard a lot of concern from members of the public today in this hearing, and I just want to say I know that change can be scary. And this is, there's a lot in here. I understand why people are wary of this kind of change, but so many of the comments we've heard today that people are worried about, things like, the fact that housing is not affordable, that they can't, afford to stay in the neighborhoods that they live in. That's exactly what we're addressing with this text amendment. And we're never going to solve the problems that you all pointed out by just sticking with the status quo. This here today is what we're doing to solve the problems that everyone is worried about. I wanted to speak specifically as well to the proposal to lift parking mandates citywide. This is really critical policy. These parking mandates have been in our zoning code for since JFK was president. We haven't changed our zoning code. These were policies from a time when we were building our cities around cars, and we've seen over the last 60 years the damage that has caused. It's true that many New Yorkers depend on cars, but it doesn't have to be that way. Cars are a financial burden, incredible burden for low-income people. They are unsafe. They lead to, over 250 traffic deaths on our streets last year. And we can build our neighborhoods in ways that are built for people, not cars. We can give people ways to get around the city without being reliant on cars, but we can't do that if we lock in more and more parking and more car infrastructure in our zoning code. So it's critical that we make that change, and we're very excited that city planning is proposing that. And I just want to say too, for some of the people who've been saying, how can we add this new housing when we're not planning for other things, as the previous speaker mentioned, for schools, for sanitation, et cetera. I think it's important to note that this is a zoning text amendment, but it's not the only planning that the city is doing. There's our sustainable planning, our streets master plan, Plan NYC. There's so many different ways that the city is planning for all of these things. So just because it's not incorporated in this particular language that we're discussing in the scope today, doesn't mean that it's not being planned for. And in fact, we already have overflowing schools. So we are building more housing for the people that it is evident that we have so many of in our city. This is exactly why we need this text amendment, to accommodate the growing population that is growing every day. People want to be here, and everyone deserves to be here. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and great timing. Our next speaker is Adam Brodheim, followed by Marie McCullough, followed by Michael Sutherland. Adam Brodheim will promote you to panelist, and you'll be our next speaker.
Hi.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Adam Brodheim, and I live in Lower Manhattan. I'm a proud renter who can't afford to buy on my government salary, and I send half my paycheck straight to my landlord. I'm a member of Open New York, and I'm here to make sure that we build the most sustainable, resilient, and affordable New York City possible. I'm super excited about the City of Yes for housing opportunity, and quickly want to speak about two of the proposals that, from my perspective as a historic preservationist. And I should note that I'm expressing my views, not the views of my employer. New York City has a tremendous problem with vacant offices, and office to residential is a fantastic solution on this issue. I want to encourage the EIS to keep these proposals in scope with maximum flexibility. I also want to note that they are a way to preserve historic resources that otherwise might be demolished. And a similar situation arises for our historic religious buildings in New York City. They have declining congregations and are struggling to stay economically viable in a changing New York City. Many of these institutions have unused land, and the proposed changes to the zoning code to support institutions with campuses to develop housing would be transformational, not just for NYC in terms of new housing units, but also for keeping these congregations afloat and allowing them to support and house their members and the community at large. The EIS needs to keep this proposal in scope. And once again, it presents a way to support and preserve historic resources and important elements of our cultural landscape. I would encourage DCP to consider examining the Advisory Council on Historic Preservation's Climate Change and Historic Preservation Policy document, as well as the draft Housing and Historic Preservation Policy Statement. These documents are written by the federal agency charged with advising local governments on historic preservation practice, and I think they can help inform and narrow the potential impacts on historic resources from these zoning changes accounted for in the EIS. Finally, I would like to note that there are a number of neighborhoods in New York City that have declining numbers of housing units year over year, due primarily to unit combinations. I would like to see this reflected in the no action model such that it becomes even more apparent how necessary this zoning changes are to support a little more housing in every neighborhood. For too long, the wealthiest and whitest neighborhoods in New York City have actually shrunk. Thank you for your time. And in conclusion, I'm excited to say yes to the City of Yes.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is Marie McCullough, followed by Michael Sutherland, followed by Christine Wattler. It does not appear that Michael Sutherland is in the room. Let me speak with the back of house. Does not appear that they're in the room. So we will move on to our next speaker, Michael Sutherland, followed by Christine Wattler, followed by Thomas Thomas. Michael Sutherland, you're our next speaker.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great. Thank you for allowing the time to speak. So my name is Michael Sutherland. I'm with Open Plans, which is an organization fighting for a more livable city. I'm here to talk specifically on the provision to lift parking requirements in New York City and speak in support of that provision. So for a number of reasons. Firstly, there's the housing benefits that DCP has done a very good job of highlighting, of the ways in which removing parking requirements would allow the creation of more housing, particularly affordable housing, due to the oversized cost burden that it provides to that kind of housing. But there's also a number of other benefits, including economic development benefits, the money that isn't spent by renters subsidizing their neighbors' parking can be put back into the economy. It keeps people in New York City. There's also the environmental benefits of not requiring large parking lots that contribute to flash flooding, to the heat island effect that disproportionately impact communities of color in our city. There's also the livability benefits of, by creating parking, we are incentivizing car ownership, and car ownership is one of the biggest contributors to climate change in an urban environment. And so I and our organization are in full support. We're going to be submitting a written comment. And on a more personal note, I live in South Brooklyn. I live in Community Board 15. And, there's a lot of talk about how there'll be huge changes by this provision, but it's just simply, not true. This provision does not remove parking, as a couple of other members of the public have been worried about. It just simply provides the option to not create parking. And in neighborhoods like mine in South Brooklyn, developers will more than likely still create parking. Our organization has done research to show that in neighborhoods like South Brooklyn and Eastern Queens, where they're very car-dependent neighborhoods, developers will build more than the required amount of parking, indicating that they would still build parking regardless of whether or not they were required, or they built parking when they weren't required. And so, we have evidence to show that this simply isn't the case. And Yes, so Open Plans wholeheartedly supports this provision, and like I said, we'll be submitting written testimony further explaining the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here. Our next speaker is Christine Watler, followed by Thomas, followed by Ethel Tyus. Christine Watler, so it does not appear that those three folks are in the room. I'll say those names again. Christine Watler, Thomas, and Ethel Tyus. The speaker following that is Joe McAllister. Joe McAllister. Not seeing that person in the room. So we will go to our next speaker, Carolyn Iodice. This person has registered via dial-in. So if we can allow the *9 feature.
We have Carolyn in the
Oh, yes.
room.
Via Zoom.
Hi, can you
Hi,
hear me?
welcome. Yes.
Hi, everyone. So my name is Carolyn Iodice, and I live in Crown Heights. I'm a renter, and I'm a member of Open New York. I'm weighing in to express my strong support for each plank of the City of Yes proposal. Everybody knows we're in a housing and homelessness crisis, and at the heart of that crisis is a dire housing shortage. We haven't built enough homes to have a healthy housing market for the people that live and work in New York. This gives landlords leverage to jack up rents and maintain substandard or outright appalling housing conditions. And this is not normal. In a healthy housing market, rents do not rise as fast as they have in New York relative to incomes. To solve this, we're going to need to build enough homes to give that leverage back to tenants. And a big part of why we haven't been able to do that is our broken housing zoning system. And so City of Yes is great because it takes some incremental steps in the right direction. It removes several unnecessary barriers to make it feasible to construct a little bit more housing than is feasible under the status quo. The proposal also crucially recognizes that we're not going to be able to tackle our housing problems by rezoning on a site-by-site or block-by-block basis. We're going to need to legalize the construction of more housing across the entire city in order to really address the crisis. The only critique I would offer is to echo all the folks in this meeting who have offered suggestions to make the proposal even more ambitious. The housing shortage is severe, and we're frankly going to need big, ambitious changes in order to fix it. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and thank you to the DCP staff for your work on this proposal.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and your testimony. Our next speaker is Seed Gil Frederick. Please repronounce your name for me for the record. Seed Gil Frederick will be followed by Eve Barron, followed by Jesse Horwitz.
Okay, I'm here. Sorry, echo.
We're hearing an echo. If you have any other devices going, if you can mute them.
Sorry about that. The City of Mess is what it should be termed. There should be an open investigation on Jessica Walker, as she's the president and CEO of Chamber of Commerce, because she is the liaison between the elected officials, city business leaders, and advocates, 120,000 businesses, which is New York's economic center. Other Chamber of Commerce, Bronx, Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, other friends of real estate, environmental studies needs to take place, which usually takes place in 75 years, not 15 years. Where's our quality of life? 18 policy changes for this land grab instead of truly defining affordable housing like in social housing in Vienna, low dense. Stop playing with residents and tenants of NYCHA, regulated, unregulated buildings, private owners, small business owners. This is inflated gentrification. This is like another RGB, Red Pack scheme, scam, or monopoly on drugs. Tax the rich, not bonuses, tax exemptions. What about the 17,000 vacant apartments they're hoarding, coining the term bulking construction? EPA oversight needs to be mandated if you choose to force this down upon us. This is not coincidental because within 24 hours of Rat Pack hearing yesterday, here comes the shenanigans with City of Mess. Mayor Adams needs to stop. He's ridiculous. We all know he lives in Fort Lee. He doesn't live in New York, so he's misrepresenting himself, and this is ridiculous. I'm tired of having to constantly come to these meetings where you don't even advocate for your tenants like you claim, or residents that you claim, or citizens, taxpaying citizens, which we are, minorities, whether Black or brown. You don't consider us at all. We're just a profit to you guys. We're compounded interest. The way how you're trying to compound these apartments on top of apartments, on dilapidated upon dilapidated, you won't fix anything. You want to call yourselves retrofitting, and then got the audacity to want to sit up there and call yourself doing constructive eviction. That's what you do. You want us to live in piss poor environments so you can sit there and say, oh, poor them, let's come and save them, when really you're trying to save money and take our money and fill in your pockets. But this right here, as far as I'm concerned, is a land grab and it's blood money that you guys are trying to get with these so-called bonuses. How dare you sit up here and act as though, who was it, Yimby, Wimby, what was it, Open New York? My ass. Y'all don't know nothing about being disenfranchised, and you guys need to get a taste of it. Because you know what? If we can't have places to live in, we're going to move in with y'all asses. How about that? I'm sick of it, and when the holidays come, I hope it's a cold day in hell for y'all, okay? I yield.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here today. Our next speaker will be Eve Barron, followed by Jesse Horwitz, followed by Valerie Crosland. It does not appear that Eve Barron or Jesse Horwitz are in the meeting. Eve Barron did register via dial-in, so if we can enable them to *9.
Raise hand function is on.
All right, Eve Barron, if you are in the room via phone, please dial *9 to indicate that you're with us. Okay, it does not appear that Eve Barron is in the room. It does not appear that Jesse Horwitz is in the room. So we will go to our next speaker, Valerie Crosland. Valerie Crosland will be followed by Dan Kent and Elizabeth York. Valerie Crosland, you're our next speaker.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Yes. Thank you for having me. I was born and raised in New York City, Brooklyn, New York. I was born in Brooklyn Women's Hospital, which no longer exists. So I've been around Brooklyn for 60 years. So I've worked in New York City for the New York City Board of Education, and I've also worked for New York City Police Department, 911. I would like to say to Sam, the co-host, take that smirk off your face, because this is not funny, because you have a smirk on your face that's disrespectful. I'm just letting you know. So what I would like to say real quick is that if you're not Black in this country, if you're not Black in this city, then you do not understand our plights fully. Because where you call it rezoning, I call it redlining. That's what they did to Black people to disenfranchise us from living in certain areas. And that's why we had the civil rights movement. Then on top of that, when you rezone, you disenfranchise us again, because then you take our kids out of certain school zones that they need to be in. You take us from certain amenities that we could be getting that we're not going to get with the rezoning. So there's a lot of things. Kudos to Alice Boyd. What she said was spot on in regards to a lot of things with this plan is not being taken into consideration. But on a personal note, right now, I'm retired from NYPD, and I can't afford to live in the city. I have to live with my son and do other things to accommodate where I be at when I retire. That's disgusting. I have so many friends that had to move out of New York City because of what's going on right now. All the other people who are talking about they welcome this plan. I lived in rooming houses for 7 years. I had to call the police. Why? Because people had mental conditions. I had to move. Why? From intimidation. I had to move. Why? Because of sexual harassment. What y'all are planning is a plan for disaster. New York City is going to become a tent city, just like Skid Row in California, because that's where it's headed to. The RAD and PAC is privatizing NYCHA housing developments, which is putting more people out, elderly, disabled, mental people. Then you have the toxic flipping within Black and brown neighborhoods, which don't allow us to purchase home in the neighborhoods that we work for and lived in. And I will send the rest via email, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here today. We will go to our next speaker, which is Dan Kent. This person's registered via dial-in, so if we can allow them to indicate they are here. Dan Kent, if you are in the room via dial-in, please press *9 on your telephone. All right, it does not appear that Dan Kent is in the room, so we will go to our next speaker. Elizabeth York will be followed by Chris Channer, followed by Catherine O'Sullivan. Elizabeth York, you are our next speaker.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, welcome.
Good, thank you so much. Hello, I am Elizabeth York. I'm a native New Yorker who currently lives in Lower Manhattan. We need to maintain what little oversight is currently offered through the ULURP process. In my opinion, it should really be stronger. Communities retained lawyers to fight the city of New York and developers throughout New York City. I am personally a part of various fights in a couple of sites in Brooklyn, in Upper Manhattan, in Soho, and in the Seaport. But in all places, the city and the developers appealed, and the communities lost on appeal in every case. We oppose the huge developments which are under construction and create environmental dangers. Now, the historic district is landmarked, and yet the developer is allowed to build a tower there. The Landmarks Committee should obviously, absolutely not increase the transfer options in landmarked areas. These few places give us relief with air, light, and natural space. Those things are at risk as towers are being built. New buildings do not equal more affordable housing. We systematically sacrifice communities and residents who live in affordable housing. The city allows developers to demolish more affordable housing than they create. Affordable units in new buildings are not affordable to the displaced residents. No construction sites can absorb the demands of large buildings within the current infrastructure. New buildings require exponentially more services, which really should be put in place before any construction is done. But that is not happening in any of the communities where these towers are being built. I am totally opposed to the city of yes, although I am not opposed to more housing or more affordable housing. The problem is that that is not what the city of yes is creating. I think there's a lack of oversight, and the city of yes is a blank check to developers. I am totally opposed to the way this is happening. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for your time and for being here today. Our next speaker is Chris Channer, followed by Catherine O'Sullivan, followed by Dina Alfano. Chris Channer and Dina Alfano both registered via dial-in. If we could give them a moment to indicate that they are in the room by dialing *9 on their telephone. That's Chris Channer or Dina Alfano. Right, if we can allow this person to join us. You can press *6 to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Hi, yes. Is this Chris Channer
Hello?
or Dina Alfano?
This is Chris Channer. Thank you.
Hi, welcome.
Yes, I would like to just state for the record, I'd like to oppose the city of Yes. I find that in the neighborhood that I reside in, East, it is the fact that they would be removing parking would make the area more difficult for residents. The sanitation as well as the influx of mentally handicapped individuals that are currently roaming freely around the neighborhood, especially on my block, that drink and just are out all time of nights. And then with bridal book and then supposedly going further, it's introducing similar people in the neighborhood. I just find that it's just going to make the situation worse than it is. If we can't take care of the residents that currently live there as it is, to then increase that number by 20x, I think it's just going to be a detriment. I personally saved my money and sacrificed to buy a house, and I would like to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. And I would just say the transportation situation, there's no train over there as well. It's not like you're in Fort Greene or in the city where you can just walk 10 minutes and get a train. You got to take a bus and you have to get on the train. So some of those basic needs have not been addressed. So I think those are probably more important to be focused on. So I would say I oppose it, and think time and effort should be spent fixing the issues that are currently there and the quality of life, I would say, overall for the people in the neighborhood. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thanks for being here today and for your testimony. I do see another user with their hand raised. If we can allow them to speak if they have registered.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, yes. Can you share your name?
Sorry, my name is Michelle Rock, and I was previously speaking, but I think that I lost connection. I wasn't able to make my testimony.
Yes, we'll start your time over, and please begin.
Thank you so very much. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to testify my opposition. I just wanted to say that I am a resident of the East Flatbush neighborhood, and I have seen so many horrors over the years of living and working in this neighborhood. It is already so very dense. I would like to enjoy my neighborhood like I once used to. Unfortunately, these changes will prevent me from my doing so. Inclusionary housing, it actually imposes the exclusion and the displacement of the residents who currently live here. And that is why I oppose it. There needs to be a mass project paying attention to the sanitation and how filthy our streets are. You go in certain neighborhoods, there are rats the size of possums walking over our feet, and there's nothing being done about it. There isn't proper illumination in our city streets. There is no policing on our city streets, especially since the pandemic. You have to be literally bleeding out or losing a limb for the police to show their faces at a given scene of an accident or any violent occurrence. There are drivers that live here. I understand the city's initiative to turn the city into a mass public transportation city. Unfortunately, there are people here that live and reside here and their families have for generations, and they own cars. And in their homes, there are multiple people who own cars, and they have families who come in to visit them who own cars, who deserve to be able to park without headache. The air pollution that is happening, the reason why is because people are driving around and idling, looking for parking for 3 hours at a time, just to get a little bit of sleep so they can go back to work and come back home and do it all over again. There is a reason why it's this neighborhood is we consider a neighborhood. It's because there are single residential family homes. I, for one, my family has sacrificed. What about the homeowners? I am myself as a landowner. I'm a homeowner. And so they're encouraging, with the reason why we're in this crisis is because they continue to dump migrants here and not even tell the residents that they're doing so. Migrants with no police background checks being done. We have drug abusers toddling our streets with syringes can be found all over the streets. We have encampments happening everywhere thanks to Mayor Eric Adams. We have homeless camping out with their shopping carts full of detritus and all these items. I plan to submit this testimony as well in writing because it is so very frustrating how there is no consideration being given to the people who live in these areas. And to finalize my thought, there are a lot of people testifying who are living in mid-Manhattan. Manhattan's makeup is designed for these tall buildings, these high-rise buildings. That is not the genetic makeup of these local neighborhoods in Brooklyn and in Queens, and some areas in Staten Island. And so for us to now change the entire genetic makeup of a neighborhood and not even considering the very much so impact that it will have on the residents who live there and work there every single day, it is totally inconsiderate. There needs to be a harder look at New York's approach to the homelessness and the influx of these migrants.
You. Your time is up. I'm glad we were able to hear your full testimony and look forward to your written comments. Moving along with our registered, actually, we do have a speaker who is registered, Joe McAllister. We see you in the Zoom now. We will promote you to panelist so you're able to provide your testimony.
Hello.
Hi, welcome. Whoops.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, welcome.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Joseph McAllister, president with South Beach Civic Association here in Staten Island for the last 24 years. We have formed the South Beach Civic Association due to the overdevelopment here in the South Beach and also all of Staten Island back then. We have the zoning was down zoned 3X in our area due to overdevelopment with the condos, the out of control building, the developers, and no planning with the city whatsoever. We fought against this with Governor Hochul last year and the year before that. Apparently we had won. All of our assembly and state members have voted against her plan. Now we're looking again to fight Mayor Adams with this plan, City of Yes. You know something? It's so damn disgusting that we have to deal with this. I mean, I can understand, okay, you have the other boroughs, New York, you have the Bronx with high-rise buildings in those boroughs, but you're talking about Staten Island. We don't have those types of communities here, residences with high-rise buildings. The parking, for instance, how could you even think of taking parking spots away when we don't even have parking spaces in Staten Island, but nevertheless in Brooklyn? Where do they park their vehicles? I mean, that's you know, like I say, I agree that if you want to do this in the other boroughs there, where the residential area is already comprised of for the living of this type of dwellings that you're talking about, yeah, sure, but not in Staten Island. We're totally opposing this, and until somebody thinks of a better plan to make the zoning even better here in Staten Island, and you know, listening to everybody speaking today, the negativity of it all, and it's how do you even think of to do something like this without, you know, having like with Carol Donovan speaking, and you're doing this at 2:00 in the afternoon. I mean, you want to have a live in-person meeting so people can speak, which, I mean, it's good that I'm finally able, I've been trying to get on to speak since 2:00 this afternoon. Finally, thank God. Right now I'm out. That's why I'm on my iPhone speaking to you and trying to get this, you know, get my 2 cents in. But, you know, this is something very important that we are opposed to. And also, I mean, to talk about what everybody else said already, where is the resources? Where's the fire department, the police, the hospitals, the schools? Mayor Adams is cutting budgets. I mean, where's the sewers? They're talking about sewers. Everything that we need, the essential part of life here, and we don't have it. And I appreciate, thank you so much for letting me speak finally. I'm glad I'm able to get onto this and speak. Hopefully we get rid of this and our council members vote against this in the city council, which is the main part of having this removed from the bill with Mayor Adams. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for sticking it out and joining us. Our next speakers, the last few that are registered, again, Catherine O'Sullivan, Dina Alfano, Dylan Kennedy, and Pamela Yard. None of these members appear to be in the room. Just checking to see if any of these speakers have joined. Does not appear so. All right, this does bring us to the end of our list of registered speakers. So at this time, I'm going to ask our production team to advance, I believe, two slides. Next slide. Great. So at this time, we don't have any more registered speakers at this time, but if anyone has been following along via YouTube or otherwise and has been inspired to speak out and does wish to register to speak at this time, please use this information at nyc.gov/engage to register for this meeting to speak. The instructions are there and the link to register is under the upcoming meetings page for the city planning scoping meeting for City of Yes for housing opportunity. If you would like to dial in via phone, use one of these numbers, including 877-853-5247 and the meeting ID 819-7925-1612. And when prompted for the password, dial 1. We're now going to take approximately 5-minute break to allow anyone who wishes to register to speak or who had any trouble joining the meeting during their speaking time an opportunity to do so. So at this time, we will have a 5-minute break and we'll come back at approximately 5:49 p.m. See you all in just a few minutes.
Hi, excuse me. This is one of the sign language interpreters. There's actually going to be another interpreter joining, and I just
Yes, we're aware.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Hello and welcome back. You are tuning into the remote public scoping meeting for the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity. Again, for the record, I'll note that the City Environmental Quality Review, or CEQR number, is 24DCP033Y. My name is Stephanie Shalou, and pardon me, my computer just decided to reboot. I am the director of the New York City Department of City Planning's Environmental Assessment and Review Division, and we are currently taking public testimony on the City of Yes for Housing Opportunity proposal. We are currently on part 3 of the meeting for public comments. We had taken a break to see if anyone who did not yet have the opportunity to sign up to speak to do so. It looks like we did have one registered speaker during this time. So Martha Indiana Porta, you are our next speaker, and we will now invite you to, we will promote you to panelist, and you will be able to share your testimony. If we could, sorry, for just one moment, go back to the slide. Perfect.
Great, thank you very much.
Welcome.
Thank you. I do work for the city, and I'm also a member of my community board in Upper Manhattan, but I am here speaking in my personal capacity. Frankly, I had not planned on speaking, but something that I wanted to put, I guess, throw in the mix and highlight for the conversation is some observations I have about accessible housing. I became a wheelchair user 2 years ago during the pandemic, and it was incredibly difficult to find housing that was, didn't have like a couple of steps going into a building, or that had an elevator, or that the doorways were wide enough, or that I could fit into the restroom. And especially with the conversions that are being considered for office buildings, I think it's a unique opportunity to create housing that is not just accessible, but maybe universal, right? Like accessible plus, because we will be starting those units from scratch. And so we could really, go in there with an eye towards accessibility, maybe with an eye towards making things adjustable, right? Where you could set a counter at, quote unquote, normal height, or you could lower it for somebody who's a wheelchair user. It's the same for maybe racks in a closet, developing a space with those adjustability features in mind, I think would be a really good opportunity, especially because a lot of the subway stations downtown already have elevators. So some of the accessible units that are available through the Affordable Housing Lottery are in buildings that are not close to subway stations that have elevators in them. Additionally, I would love to stay further engaged in the discussion, and I do agree with some of the other folks who have testified. I do think that having information sessions, in the evenings and in weekends would be great. Also, just, I think maybe even a little bit of a intro to zoning could be helpful, because as much as I would love to chime in on some of the other proposals, I've kind of got to do a little bit of studying. And so it'd be great if there was kind of a user-friendly zoning 101 materials that somebody could kind of look at, and of course have it translated into different languages. So I appreciate the time. I maybe have one other random idea. I didn't hear a lot about what is intended to be rental versus what could possibly be affordable housing to buy. And so I'd be interested in that, especially as somebody who works in public service, is just now coming out of paying student loans in the next couple of years. So maybe that's another avenue of affordable housing to explore. Thank you very, very much for your time. Bye-bye.
Thanks. Thank you for your testimony and for being here till the very end. There are additional materials on the Department of City Planning's website, and in more info sessions to come related to this and other proposals. So we encourage you to visit our website for more information. I'm checking with our back of house folks to see if there's anyone else in the meeting who wishes to speak. It looks like we do have someone on our helpline that is wishing to speak, so we will Just wait a moment. If we can enable the raise hand feature to see if there's anyone else who's in the Zoom room who has not had an opportunity yet to speak, who has registered to speak.
Raised hand is on.
I see Elizabeth York has a hand raised, but we did already hear from that speaker. Anyone who has not yet spoken? Oh, I'm sorry. Elizabeth York was skipped. Okay, can we unmute this speaker?
Can you hear me?
Yes, hello.
Oh, good. I didn't know if you were able to hear me before. That's why I wanted to make sure.
Oh, we get cut off partially through your testimony.
Oh, okay. So should I do the whole thing? It's not really much, I don't think. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I believe we have your testimony.
Oh, so you heard me then? Is that what you're telling me?
Yes, we heard your testimony the first time.
Thank you, because we didn't say goodbye, so I wasn't sure. That was the thing. Okay, thank you very much.
We got it, and
appreciate your time.
thank you. We also, if you have written testimony, feel free to send it along. All right. Is there anyone else in the Zoom that does wish to provide testimony who has not yet? Dina Alfano, are you in the room? I believe we are speaking with you on the hotline, trying to allow you to participate. All right. In the meantime, Andrew Magnani, we will promote you to panelist. We will ask you to register if you have not yet done so after the fact. Oh, you are our next registered speaker. I see that you did register. So Andre Magnani, you're our next speaker, and that will actually be followed by William Meehan.
Hi, I hope you can see and hear me.
Yes.
I just wanted to give some really brief testimony. I'm a huge proponent of City of Yes. I, like many people, came to New York later in life and went through the immense challenges in finding housing that was affordable to somebody starting out in their career. Later on, finding housing that had enough room to start my family. And only recently has, at the age of 38, has my life stabilized and my career grown enough where I can comfortably afford to live in the city. I think a huge part of the cause of this phenomenon is the fact that New York has just not built enough housing, and we've put too many barriers in front of the growth of our city. Our city continues to be an economic powerhouse. It's a city of opportunity. It's a city of culture, and it brings people from all over the world to work, live, and raise their families here. We need roofs for them, right? We need walls for them to live inside. And if we are not able to keep up with that demand, we're going to see the realities that really are the status quo. A huge percentage of New Yorkers spend half their net income on rent. We have a homelessness crisis. We have a refugee crisis that we're feeling on our streets. And really, the only solution to that is more roofs, more walls, more homes for New Yorkers to live inside. It's really the only thing that's going to get us out of this problem is to grow. right? Grow our way out of this crisis. So I appreciate the initiatives, and I'll yield back a minute to the next speaker, but just wanted to make that perspective known. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here and for your testimony. Our next registered speaker is William Meehan, who's registered via dial-in. The phone number does not look like it matches the phone number that is in the room. But if we could give them an opportunity to indicate that they're here with us.
Raised hand is on.
All right. If you could press *9 on your telephone if William Meehan is in the room. All right, not seeing William Meehan in the room, but we do have another registered speaker, Nicola Cox. Nicola Cox, you are our next speaker. However, we do not see you in the Zoom, so we'll wait a moment for you to join if you're able to. If anyone is viewing on YouTube or is in the room, but I have not called your name, please go back to nyc.gov/engage and register to speak. We are at the end of our speakers list, and our next step will be to close the meeting if we do not have any additional registered speakers. It looks like Nicola Cox has joined the meeting. You are our next speaker, so we will go ahead and promote you to panelist so that you're able to share your testimony.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I've been stuck on the road and just got home in time to jump on the call quickly. I appreciate you taking the time. I am Nicola Cox. I am in Crown Heights South, part of Community Board 9. You've heard from a few of my neighbors today. And as far as City of Yes is concerned, I too am opposed to this project. I think that inundating us with a barrage of text amendments, starting with zero carbon neutrality, economic opportunities, and now housing, is a lot of change on a very complex city. To put together, as someone mentioned earlier, taking these text amendments is taking a sledgehammer to the city. We're a complex 5-borough city. Each borough has a number of neighborhoods that each have unique character. To think that we can have a text amendment that is going to treat every part of the city the same is setting us up for failure. And frankly, it's disrespectful to the people who have lived. I'm a native New Yorker, as many people have mentioned here today. It's disrespectful to us. We've held this city together for decades. Homeowners, tenants, interested parties, even newcomers, we all have a vested interest in the success of this city, and taking this without proper environmental impact assessments and assuming that we are going to hand over the keys to developers and that they have a vested interest in the success of the city, they don't. All they want is to put additional money in their pockets under the guise of affordable housing. This housing will not be affordable. We're setting ourselves up for failure. The only thing that we can do, yes, there are some nuggets of, potential good ideas, but they need to be properly fleshed out. And that is through proper environmental impact assessments throughout the city, throughout the boroughs. We cannot do this as one stop. If you want to pilot certain ideas, pilot them, but to put in all of these text amendments at one time and not expect that you're going to wreak havoc on the city is foolish and frankly very disrespectful. To take ULURP and make all of this as of right, hand over planning of our city to developers who don't even live in the city for the most part and are driven by the almighty dollar. They're not driven by the affordable housing. They're going to do everything possible to avoid building affordable housing.
Thank
And
you.
that's a fact.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for joining us. I'm glad we were able to hear your testimony today. We do now have a dial-in participant. So that phone number ending in 550, I believe is Dina.
Hello.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, how are you? So, sorry for that. Had a little dial-in confusion, but my name is Dina Alfano, and I'm a co-founder of the Bushwick Historic Preservation Association. And on behalf of that association, I vote no on City of Yes. This proposal would be an epic environmental and historic preservation disaster. And of course, it's supported by the classic, glaringly specious, affordable housing argument, when what it really does is gift whatever remains of our ravaged city at this point to big money development. The community of Bushwick is quite literally begging for both actual affordable housing and historic preservation. And this proposal would be a death knell for both of those endeavors. Note that the real estate lobby has masterfully manipulated these two issues of affordable housing and historic preservation and presents them as diametrically opposed concepts when indeed they are not. I'll say it plainly, development has thoroughly corrupted this city at every level, and Bushwick has watched developers who don't live here methodically destroy our history, our historic properties, with LPC's full blessing to erect in their place cardboard and styrofoam atrocities that are anything but affordable. And I won't even get into the styrofoam pollution, speaking of the environment, because that product needs to be outlawed. As for the earlier speaker who declared that everybody has the right to be here, you may need to check yourself. It's a clueless comment, because I beg to differ. This city needs to prioritize the disenfranchised, struggling communities of color who've been here for countless generations and who are now forced to pick up and move because the city is unaffordable. Newcomers can wait their turn to be here. And on a final note, as for the environmental aspect and impact of this proposal, I would remind you that the greenest buildings are the ones that are already built. No, 1,000 times no to this proposal, and there will be major blowback at the polls should this pass. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for sticking it out so that we would be able to hear your testimony. We have another prior registered speaker, Pamela Yard, who appears to be in the room now. So we will, Pamela Yard, promote you to panelist so that we're able to hear your testimony.
Hello?
Hi, welcome.
Yeah, hi. I think the City of Yes should not happen because it's just not feasible for the communities that are here already. And as far as like parking, they're building all these buildings with no parking, which is going to affect our community, which it has already. And it's just not right. It's not feasible. We have enough buildings already in this community. It's overcrowded already. And we need no more high-rise buildings. And Eric Adams should be aware of this. And also the community board who are taking sides with the developers. It just shouldn't happen. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and for being here today. All right. It does appear that we have a dial-in participant that may have joined to the Zoom room, the phone number ending in 832. If we can give that person permission and if they can confirm their name for the speakers list.
Hello, my name is William Meehan.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I'm calling in today as a New York City resident. I live in Prospect Heights. I've been a city resident for 5 years, but I grew up on Long Island because my grandparents were white fighters. And I am calling in as an Open New York member to support the City of Yes as a necessary but insufficient measure towards righting the wrongs of the last 62 years of exclusionary zoning in New York City. And particularly, I want to call to support the transit-oriented development and elimination of parking minimums steps that are part of this proposal. We are in a situation where, New York is one of the few places in the country where you can actually commute to a job without an automobile, which is good for the climate. It's good for your wallet. Cars are so expensive. But there's not enough housing near transit, and we force all new housing to provide space for cars. This is deleterious on our city's streetscape and on the affordability of housing as a whole. I have tons of friends who are single people in their 20s, paired, grouped up 3 or 4 to an apartment, whether that's a 1-bedroom with 2 flexes in there or a 4-bedroom apartment, that they're splitting between 4 single people instead of a family. We really need all sorts of housing, both market rate and affordable, and especially near the subway. There are too many areas in the city where no development has happened near the subway. Basically, every transit line in Brooklyn is under capacity. And especially, as we're considering climate change in the 21st century, we need that transit we need that housing near transit with fewer cars. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony and for being here. All right. Is there anyone else? If we could allow folks to raise hand just for a moment, if anyone is in the Zoom and has not yet had an opportunity to speak. All right, if anyone is in the Zoom and is not yet registered or had the opportunity to speak, please go ahead and click the raise hand button or press *9 on your telephone. All right. It does not appear that anyone else is in the room who wishes to speak. So at this time, we will move to close the meeting. For anyone who did have difficulties, if we could go to our next slide with our information on how to comment.
That's gone.
Okay. All right. So if anyone had difficulties providing their testimony today, please recall that you can submit written testimony online by selecting this hearing on the upcoming meetings page on the NYC Engage portal, through DCP's website, or by emailing or mailing your comments to the Department of City Planning at the addresses shown on the screen. Our email address is 24dcp033y_dl@planning.nyc.gov. Comments can be mailed to us, attention to myself, Stephanie Shalhoub, at 120 Broadway, 31st floor, New York, New York, 10271. As a reminder, written comments will be accepted through 5 p.m. on Monday, November 6th. It is currently 6:14 p.m. Thank you to everyone who joined this meeting, however you did. We look forward to consolidating the comments and responding to them in the final scope of work. Again, the time is 6:15 p.m. and this public scoping meeting is now closed. Thank you, everyone. Have an excellent evening.